never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Close out another weekend. Yes, I know, sad but true. Hey, look at that. We're in the month of August. Actually going to be making our way into the second day of August 2021. Trust you had a good weekend. But as they say, all good things must come to an end. So we got to settle in. Back to the old grind. What are we looking at? We'll get, of course, some of our travelers' weather. Going back to our Friday morning program as we were getting set to kick off the weekend, it was kind of a breaking news. Some of the destructive storms that had tore through Pennsylvania that previous evening. A little after 7 o'clock Thursday evening. So the information was just beginning to come in during that program Friday morning. One day after a destructive tornado struck eastern Pennsylvania, we saw the partial collapse of a car dealership there and several people injured inside there. National Weather Service was indeed out on Friday surveying the damage, confirming it was an EF3 tornado that tore through that area. That's peak winds up to 140 miles per hour. Pretty nasty tornado. The most intense damage, according to the National Weather Service office in Mount Holly, New Jersey, was indeed the car dealership and the adjacent mobile home park. The tornado was on the ground for about 3.5 miles. It's Thursday evening, a severe weather outburst in the mid-Atlantic. All right, let's see. Bucks County, Pennsylvania, about 20 miles northeast of Philadelphia. The Ben Salem Public Safety Director said it was the worst damage he'd ever seen, comparing the destruction to what you might see on a television show. Said it just looked like a bomb went off. I mean, it's gone. He told ABC News, I've been doing this for 34 years. I've never seen this kind of destruction from a storm. Ben Salem Fire Rescue reporting, obviously, numerous trees and lines were downed throughout the township. Crews were working across a number of locations, including a reported building collapse. All right, they interviewed some of the folks there. Director of Emergency Alerts for Bucks, Montgomery, and Delaware counties described it that evening as a mass casualty event. That's any incident where 3 or more people are injured. There was a second tornado in Bucks County, later confirmed by the National Weather Service, not as powerful as the EF3, but this was an EF1 tornado that plowed through Plumstead Township. Peak winds of about 90 miles per hour. In addition to the reports of tornadoes, there were numerous reports of wind damage, hail as large as 1.5 inches in diameter, flash flooding from torrential rainfall across eastern Pennsylvania and central New Jersey. Reports from the National Weather Service Philadelphia office. A strong thunderstorm passed over the Philadelphia airport just 5 miles from Ben Salem, little before 7 o'clock that evening. Picked up 1/4 inch of rain in less than an hour. It was pouring buckets. Another resident told AccuWeather she was driving through Ben Salem when the stormy weather was striking. Tornado alerts were popping up on her car and her phone, and the intensity of the rain forcing her to actually pull over. Visibility was near zero. I thought I was going to be taken away. All I kept thinking was about strapping myself to a pole with a belt, kind of like they did in the movie Twister. Yeah, harrowing scenes from eastern PA. Well, a much quieter night tonight. Really, for most of the country, you'd have to just kind of go around the periphery of the country. We've got some shower activity in the northeast. Some pockets of heavier rain up in Vermont, New Hampshire, pushing into western portions of Maine. You've got some spotty shower activity over western portions of New York. From there, you head on down to the southern tier of the country. Spotty showers. You've got a few pockets of heavier rain. They're in southeastern or east central portions of South Carolina. It's raining in Myrtle Beach tonight. A cluster of pretty heavy thunderstorms. It's actually spawning some severe thunderstorm warnings at this hour between Selma, just south of Selma, Alabama. Torrential rains. These things are moving off to the southeast very gradually. But again, heavy rain in the mix there. And some of these cells strong enough to prompt severe thunderstorm warnings. Yeah, we'll zoom back out, and then you've got, again, spotty showers and thunderstorms, northern portions of Louisiana, just to the northeast of Shreveport. Some of those may be headed over toward El Dorado in Arkansas. Shower activity west of Dallas there in Texas. There was a large cluster of showers and thunderstorms. It appears to be kind of shrinking in size. Rain intensity's dropping off a bit. But you could find some spotty showers, another cluster of heavy rain in southeastern New Mexico from right about Carlsbad over into west central Texas. Line of thunderstorms there. You'll find spotty showers. It's monsoon moisture out west. We've got a full report on the monsoon season where things are going to be kicking up here in the upcoming week. Yeah, weather pattern's going to be changing multiple times across the Northwest as we head into this first week of August here. But let's start things in the Southeast. Residents across the southeastern U.S., another hot weekend we saw, but the most intense heat is going to wane this week. You're going to be waiting for some wet weather to move in. As we ran into the weekend, the heat was baking the South. Saturday morning, heat advisories, excessive heat warnings, stretching across a dozen states. Temperatures peaked out in the middle and upper 90s for most areas, from Little Rock, Arkansas to Tallahassee, Florida. Some areas were close to the century mark during the afternoon hours. As the weather pattern changes, you'll be able to say goodbye to the above normal temperatures. A cold front's expected to sag southward, erasing the heat. It's going to bring in a more refreshing air pattern. But the clash of the warm and cool air may allow for some severe thunderstorms to pop in the region. I think that's some of the rain we're looking at that's still hanging around tonight there in southwestern and south central Alabama. Now, as we head into Monday, you're going to see temperatures 10 to 15 degrees cooler across the southeast. Yeah, lower to upper 80s across the region. That's been hard to come by for most of the second half of July. For many, this will actually be probably the coolest day since July the 19th. That same front bringing the cooler air is going to stall over the region, which will lead to rounds of showers and thunderstorms this week along that stalled front. While areas from eastern Louisiana to southeastern Virginia could see a downpour any day this week, looks like the most persistent rain is going to be from the Florida Panhandle to the Outer Banks of North Carolina, where we could be talking rainfall totals 4 to 8 inches between now and Friday. Sounds like a very soggy week in the offing. Coverage of heavy rain and thunderstorms will become most widespread during the afternoon and evening hours. Outdoor plans may need to be altered that time of the day. Of course, these could have the potential to bring ponding water on roadways, reduced visibility, and after several days of said downpours, the threat of flash flooding will increase. Now, all this rain is going to be coming to an area that's been quite wet so far this summer. Much of the reason is especially susceptible to some flooding. Since June the 1st, Pensacola, Florida has recorded over 21 inches of rainfall, 138% of normal. Raleigh, North Carolina, just over 12.5 inches of rain. As this week progresses, the moisture causing the persistent wet weather across the southeast is going to shift from one saturated part of the East Coast to another. Showers and thunderstorms expected to be drawn northward, eventually into parts of the northeast coastal locations along the I-95 corridor from D.C. to Boston. You're probably going to see at least one day of downpours later on this week. The Philadelphia area, in just the month of July, recording just shy of 6 3/4 inches of rain, more than 150% of normal for that part of the country, in addition to that EF3 tornado that ripped through late last week. Meanwhile, let's quickly step out to the west, where the weather pattern, as we said, is going to change multiple times this week. Yeah, July's been an especially dry month. Portland and Seattle each clocking in with just a trace of rainfall. Portions of the interior Northwest were fortunate enough to get a little bit of rain last week. The monsoon began to stretch northward into that region. This included the likes of Bend, Oregon, Boise, Idaho, Jackson, Wyoming. They all picked up a couple of 1/10 of an inch of rain. That's not enough to make any noticeable dent in the drought conditions, but for some cities like Bend, Oregon, that's the only rain they've received all month long. As the new week and new month begins, the hope for more rain is probably going to begin to dwindle. High pressures forecast to shift westward this week. It's going to bring in some drier air, and the monsoon moisture will be for places like Las Vegas to Boise. Any areas that were dampened by rain will have a chance to dry out once again, which will increase the availability of dry vegetation. Areas from New Mexico up to the Rocky Mountains could still get a few thunderstorms, especially in the afternoon and evening hours now through Tuesday. But by midweek, that monsoon moisture is really going to begin to be suppressed, down to maybe just New Mexico and Arizona. That does not mean the rest of the interior West is going to be bone dry, but at the same time, the monsoon moisture is pressed south. Storm is forecast to move into the region Wednesday through Thursday. It is not likely that there's going to be a lot of moisture with that storm, but you'll have still the potential for some dangerous conditions for the region. Any showers that do develop will probably be short-lived. Once again, not given a whole lot in the way of drought release, but the lack of moisture brings an increased chance of those dry thunderstorms, which means lightning strikes that could spark new wildfires. Now, there was a bit of good news this past day, as a matter of fact. They made some real progress on the largest fire in the country over the weekend, Oregon. Good progress. Let's see, what are they talking about? Containment of the bootleg fire in southern Oregon was up to 74% as of this past evening. It was just 56% on Saturday. So a good day of firefighting efforts. Several good days of work on the ground. That blaze has now scorched over 646 square miles, sparked by lightning back on July the 6th. California's Dixie Fire, nearly 383 square miles in mountains where 42 homes and other buildings have been destroyed, 32% contained as of this past day. But some of the evacuation orders and warnings have been lifted for several remote areas in Butte and Plumas counties. Now, authorities are warning that the unpredictable winds and extremely dry fuels, the risk of flare-ups remains very high. Cause of that blaze is still under investigation. Then in Montana, wind-driven wildfire destroyed more than a dozen homes, outbuildings, and other structures. Authorities said this past day evacuations ordered after flames jumped a highway and moved toward communities near Flathead Lake in the northwestern portions of the state there in Montana. Crews also battling major blazes in northeast Washington and northern Idaho. Right now, there's nearly 22,000 firefighters and support personnel battling 91 large blazes out west. So there's an update. Good news, though, on the bootleg fire. Let's hope that trend will continue. Okay, we'll get some of our industry headlines coming up here as we roll into a back-to-work Monday. Who else checking in? Hello to Hank, first out of the box there. Horse Feathers is with us. Christian says, morning, Steve and all. Hello to Tank. Happy Monday, everybody. Truck safe. Have a great day. Let's see. Dave checking in from Parsonsfield, Maine this morning. JK Energy says, good morning. The Honorable Steve Sommers presiding. Tapeworm checking in. Here we go again. Let's see. Beaver Stuffer listening in from the house. I'll give you a shout later, perhaps, if there's a good trucking topic. Let's see. Steve says, TCU Temp Control Unit, reefer haulers. Do you have an extra fuel cap with a valve stem in it? It's a great hack. If your reefer tank is empty, go fill it up, put the other cap on, air up the tank, prime the pump, and push the start button when it starts. Put the regular cap on, and there you go. All right, rock and roll. It's been a while since we've heard from rock and roll, but good to have you out there listening in. Let's see. Shout out to Sealy, Wreckham Rob, and Top Notch Tannis. Okay. Morning all, listening from the home 20 tonight. Fred checking in there. Let's see. Good Monday morning, 67 degrees at the home 20 in central New Jersey tonight. We had some showers come through, so kind of a cool evening. One Crazy Ray is with us. West Michigan checking in this great Monday morning. We're at 61 degrees. Buckeye Boy checking in from Weatherford, Texas. 71, 95% humidity. Had some pretty active thunderstorms come through here today. Very heavy rain. Hoping to get my deliveries off in Louisville, Texas tomorrow. Then for a load back to Georgia. If I can't find one pretty quick, I'm going to start back to Georgia and just look for something along the way. Everybody, have a great night. Be careful out there. All right, good to have you all with us. Our number, as always, as we get things off and rolling on a Monday, is 844-844-3388. Lots to update. What all transpired over the weekend. We'll get the latest. And, of course, hopefully you'll check in, give us the latest what's going on in your world, around the country. Big weekend in racing, right? I shared a number of the little videos that Kyle had shared from down in Tennessee, where it looks like they had a great weekend weather-wise. Friday and Saturday action on the track. We'll get some of the latest there. And it is a busy, busy schedule for weeks to come. We'll get some of the show notes where we're going to be coming up next weekend and on down the line week after week. I think the first stop next weekend is, August 7th next weekend. The Hot Shot Secret Whole Shot Diesel Series, Diesels on the Mountain at Bandamere Speedway in Morrison, Colorado. Kyle's going to be headed out west this week. He will be on site with the Hot Shot Secret vendor booth. Yeah, he said he's going to be on a busy schedule. I think he goes to Colorado next weekend. The following weekend, it's off to Enos, Texas. Going to be all over the country. All right. Our number, 844-844-3388. Quick 2-minute timeout as we get it rolling on a Monday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Looking over the breakdown from Kyle, back-to-back weekends of the Hot Shot Secret Whole Shot Diesel Series. Mentioned Morrison, Colorado next weekend. The return of diesel drag racing on the West Coast, the brand new diesel drag racing series brought to you by Hot Shot Secret. The Whole Shot Diesel Series makes its way to the Rockies for the next stop, Bandamere Speedway, Morrison, Colorado, for the ATS Diesels on the Mountain. Come on out, watch the best diesel drag racers from the West Coast compete in multiple classes for big payouts, an action-packed day on and off the track, as the Northwest Dyno Circuit will also be strapping down diesel trucks to their dyno to see who can pull the most horsepower. And don't miss the vendor midway, packed with all the top brands and diesel performance, including the Hot Shot Secret Vendor booth. See you on the mountain. Like I said, then it's back-to-back weekends for the Hot Shot Secret Whole Shot Diesel Series after wrapping up in Colorado. It'll be on August 13th and 14th. This new diesel drag racing series heads down to the great state of Texas for the Texas Truck Jam at the Texas Motorplex in Enos, Texas. This is a 2-day event, the largest truck event in all of Texas, including drag racing, dyno competition, show and shine, a vendor midway. Drag racing on Friday includes Pro Limited and 8.0 index classes, followed by cash days, heads-up style drag racing under the lights, starting at 10 p.m. with an old-school flashlight start for outlaw Run What You Brung and full-size street classes. Saturday brings out the Hot Shot Secret Whole Shot Diesel Series racers, all classes, including Sportsman, 770 Index, 670 Index, 5.9 Index, and Pro Street. This event is as big as Texas. You don't want to miss it. All right, that's August 13th and 14th. August 13th. Hey, that's a date that something comes to mind. Oh, that'll be Steve Sommers' anniversary date. And I'm trying to recall, I think it'll be 38th anniversary with the Princess this year. Are you listening, honey? Is it 38 years? I got it. Boy, it starts getting, the years go by. Boy, oh boy. What's going on, Knucklebuster?
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. I just celebrated mine here a few days ago, 41. So I feel fortunate that woman loved me that much. She keeps putting up with me all the time, all right?
No doubt.
I got some good news there. I-40 East and Memphis is back open. Westbound side's going to have to wait a few days, though. So I guess they're going to put a little traffic on it and make sure it doesn't fall down on anybody, and then they'll let the rest of us come across there, right?
You feel like if you're running across that bridge, you feel like a guinea pig right now?
Go ahead.
You feel like a guinea pig running across that bridge right now?
Oh, no, I'm not doing that eastbound and down, rolling up and trucking. I'm headed west tonight, so I'll check it out tomorrow night when I cross it there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see what happens after that. So I read where L.A. Air Traffic Control was warning their pilots that the jetpack guy was back. Well, Steve here, hold my beer while I do something stupid. A jetpack against a 747, he ain't going to win if he gets bumped by that thing even just a little bit. So they might want to watch out for him.
Yeah.
Might get sucked up in that motor, too, like them birds there, right? Well, I read that what we can do to simplify hoorah thing. You know, Eleanor Roosevelt said that the Marines had the cleanest bodies and the filthiest minds. She's pretty right about that. She said, thank God for the Marines. We have the best looking dress uniform in the world anyway. The U.S. Marine Security Augmentation Unit has deployed twice in the past 30 days to support and protect embassies in Africa and the Caribbean. Now, the Quick Reaction Force consists of 145 Marines who can deploy in small teams at a moment's notice from Quantico, Virginia, to anywhere in the world. Now, the MSAU was founded in the aftermath of the 2012 attack on Benghazi, which left the U.S. ambassador and 3 other Americans dead. We all remember Benghazi. Slick Hilly said, well, what difference does it make? In answer to the question of what caused the attack. Well, things happen for a reason, there is a cause for every effect. In science, the cause explains why something happens. The effect is a description of what happened. Barry and Slick Hilly's bad leadership led to Ford's death. That's the difference that it makes, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I ain't seen much of her in the news lately, so I guess she's just enjoying her retirement. I'd like to see her stay retired. I read also a 10-year-old girl in Idaho was killed when a rock crashed through the windshield of her father's truck and hit her in the head. They were following a semi. The driver didn't get any charges, so but that's just a sad thing there. And you never know. He might have been following too close. And that guy picked that rock up off of the road and throwed it back there, which that's a sad thing because that little girl will lose her life there. So,
yes.
I did just want to check in, tell you that I-40 East is open. I saw them crossing that bridge as I was cutting across the 55 bridge. So, that's some good news. Maybe that traffic will lighten up a little over there. So I'll call in a little later on when I get some more bologna there and let somebody else get a mouthful in there. Right?
All right. Well, Monday. Thanks for checking in early on. And we'll hear from you later on when things typically are kind of slow on Monday. I was looking at a post from Ironbeard here earlier this hour. And he said, what the hell ever is going on is ridiculous. My semi needs a part that is back-ordered 70 days. Are you kidding me? That's probably going to turn into 120 days or more. I can't sit and do nothing. So I had to buy another truck. To say this country's going to hell in a handbasket's putting it mildly. Yeah, it's shortages of this, can't find that. Now, if you're a one truck operation and your truck ain't running, you sure is. Yeah, you can't sit around for 70 days or 100 days. Yeah, when we come back from our news break here, the headline. Get ready to pay more. Yeah, we're already paying more, right? The headline, get ready to pay more for coffee, beer, bread, snacks. What is it in the mix? Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
As several areas across the country see rises in the number of new COVID cases, Florida is seeing one of the worst surges. The state's Department of Health says there are more than 10,200 COVID patients in Florida hospitals as of Sunday, setting a new record. The state also recorded its highest number of daily new COVID-19 cases since the beginning of the pandemic last week, with more than 21,600. And the head of a military junta in Myanmar has declared himself prime minister, promising new elections in the country in 2023. Senior General Min Aung Hlaing extended a state of emergency in the country for 2 more years before those elections will be held. The announcement coming 6 months after the military coup that overthrew Myanmar's democratically elected government. That was followed by weeks of protests that saw military forces kill nearly 1,000 protesters and arrest another 7,000. The military claimed that the February elections were tainted by widespread fraud. This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell's My Pillow, My Slippers make my feet feel better than they have in about 20 years. My Pillow proprietary foam, memory foam, patented impact gel, indoor-outdoor soles. You won't want to take them off, or Mike Lindell will give you your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and save 40% using my promo code USA.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. That's 800-610-5739. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it here. Yes, Sylvester, you are correct. Yeah, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive is, he said the feed is no longer there on the Hotshot Secret YouTube page. It is on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, YouTube, Facebook. As we tried to mention numerous times last week, trying to get everything consolidated over to one YouTube and one Facebook page. The Hotshot Secret Facebook feed ended months ago. So, that's where you'll find it. Everything else remains the same. Talking the iPhone app, the Android app, you have the smartphone. Just go to your respective app store and just type in overnightdriveradio.com. Download the free app and you can listen in there. Of course, you've got the Overnight Drive, Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, YouTube, Facebook, overnightdriveradio.com, the audio stream. You can always listen on Alexa and your smart listening devices. On demand, all the major podcasts, Apple, Google Podcasts, Spotify, TuneIn, iHeartRadio, and a whole bunch of others. Looks like it's been, I think the first Friday in June, the last opportunity we had to speak with Chris Gabrelchik. Chris is slated to join us this Friday morning. That'll be August the 6th. Believe it or not. Yeah, August 6th. Chris joins us. So have some questions ready for him. And of course, for those new users of the product, hopefully you'll be able to call in and share some good news, just how much Hot Shot Secret's done for you. This week's 5-star review comes from Jim, who said, for years I've tried various products that I would think it's working. Now, I've tried 3 bottles of this gas injector cleaner, the Gasoline Extreme, in 3 different vehicles. I can feel the difference after going through a full tank of gas, most notably in my Sonata with 144,000 miles on it. Gas mileage is better in the new Santa Fe, and I've got an old 350 Chevy pickup. I am a believer. 5-star review for the Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. All right, you're hearing in the news, of course, the infrastructure plan. We've been talking about this for months and months. Looks like senators finalized the details this past evening of this $1 trillion+ plan. This is the one investing supposedly in roads, bridges, ports, high-speed internet, other infrastructure. Some predicting it's going to pass this week. I think Susan Collins yesterday said that there are 10 Republican senators that are planning to vote for it. That would put them over the top. The massive infrastructure package, this is one goal that's eluded Congress for years. It would represent the largest investment in U.S. infrastructure in decades. Senators say the 2,702-page bill includes $550 billion in new spending over 5 years for things like roads, rail, electric vehicle charging stations, replacing lead water pipes, on top of $450 billion in previously approved funds. Chucky Schumer says, I believe we can quickly process relevant amendments and pass this bill in a matter of days. Now, Rob Portman says, this is a really important bill because it takes our big, aging, outdated infrastructure and, begins to modernize it, which would be good for everybody. It's big. Joe Manchin of West Virginia is on board. This will keep us going for 5 to 10 years, and we can continue to build on it. Talking about the long-term economic benefits. Now, the bill also drew criticism from some Republicans who believe it's too costly. Republican Senator Mike Lee, in a floor speech this past day, said, I've got real concerns with this bill. All is not well with the way we spend money. See, here's what's going to happen. I mean, we always hear about the headlines that this is an infrastructure bill. We've got roads, bridges, and, we need to replace some of those aging lead water pipes. I think someone specifically mentioned, hey, look, Flint, Michigan, where they've had issues for years now. Maybe they can get some new water pipes, right? But there's also always a whole bunch, billions of dollars in pork spending, things that aren't going to have a darn thing to do with infrastructure. And we won't find out about those things probably till after the fact, after the bill's passed. Not clear whether senators outside the bipartisan group that negotiated the bill will offer amendments that could pass and possibly upset the delicate coalition that was all cobbled together here in the last several weeks. Now, if it passes the Senate, it has to be considered in the House of Representatives, where some Democrats have blasted the bill as too small. Democratic leadership wants to pair it with the $3.5 trillion human infrastructure bill, pouring money into all kinds of different things: climate change, childcare, education. I mean, at which point then you're looking at a $4.7 trillion bill. So it's very sensitive what they've got going on right now. As far as trucking is concerned, in the infrastructure bill, there are several things. And at this point, I don't know if Monty's with us this morning or not. Do we know if the insurance requirement, the minimum insurance bump up to $2 million, is included in this bipartisan piece? See, there was a House version that included that increase. There was the Senate version that did not. That's what they've been cobbling this together, having to have a meeting of the minds. Now, I did see OOIDA is asking members to contact your senators and let them know that funding for truck parking needs to be included in this infrastructure package. Explain why they need to include truck parking funding in this bipartisan investment. There's widespread support for $1 billion that would actually create more parking spaces to help drivers find safe, acceptable places to rest. Let them know the parking shortage is a safety crisis and a daily challenge for you, the trucking community. All right, last week the Senate voted in favor of a procedural measure to forward with the bipartisan $550 billion package that incorporates the Senate version of the highway bill, which does not include the motor carrier's minimum insurance requirement. OOIDA has favored the Senate version of the bill over the House bill, which has several anti-trucking measures. Most notably, the minimum liability and coverage from $750 to taking you up to $2 million. Now, the downside of the Senate version is that it does not include any measures to address the truck parking crisis. You see, the House version did have $1 billion toward the creation of truck parking. OOIDA said they continue to work to get truck parking included in the Senate package. All right, so it's tough to know which way it's going to go, but we will find out here in short order. Now we'll get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here and around the country. Of course, our number 844-844-3388. Well, happy Monday, Chevy Guy. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Yeah, I wonder in that bill also it included where now that our daughters will have to sign up for selected service, open them to the all it takes is a swipe of a pen, and that's the draft. So your daughters might be, dolling up for graduation one day, next day or next couple months are crawling through the mud, something that they wouldn't normally do. Also, making illegals, making them automatically making them legal citizens. There's so much going on up there. I'm sort of confused on where's what. Over the weekend, Saturday, was listening on the Tucker Carlson. So I guess it's on Friday. They asked them the CDC about why the mask mandate and whatever. I guess what they're saying worldwide that just as many. It's like the are not working. Just as many people are getting sick that has been vaccinated as not, and they're getting sick and dying. So it's hey, I had something I still can't taste. I mean, I eat I eat a pizza. I could barely taste anything yesterday. I still can't taste. I can taste salt and sugar, and that's it. And that was before anybody heard of the COVID. So, I survived it. That means my wife survived it. She was 70 at the time. So, I got a kick out of what the CDC did say. He told them that, or they told the Carlson's people that, yes, they are, it's a good chance that they are surviving the flu better. Well, I don't know about you, but a lot of people I know that have gone and got the flu shot ended up getting sick right after they got the flu shot. And the way I understand it is if your body's already going into the flu, and that flu shot will just pull it out of you, and you'll end up having exactly what you're trying not to get. I just get a kick out of this is how can they say that if you take the shot, you're not going to have it as bad? How in the world can they say that? They're telling it there's just so much of this stuff coming at us, so experts, and we're always finding out, well, guess what? It's not necessarily so. So, because we've seen people that have never had a flu shot or the COVID shot, and they've done exactly that. They didn't have it so bad. I guess I had it fairly bad. I couldn't walk. I was sick for a month. And like I said, I'm still feeling the effects from that. So here we go. I mean, they keep now get ready to put on your mask. That's the big thing, including I just took my wife to the doctor Monday week ago. And while we were sitting in there, we were wearing the mask because, we thought up in Aiken, South Carolina, that was still a mandate. And nobody in the office was wearing a mask. Doctor come in. Her doctor looked at her and says, I hope you don't wear that mask very long or very often. So there's plenty of doctors out there that recognize it, and it's not good to be breathing bad air. So I love it. Anybody that claims that they're an expert on the mask wearing or on COVID, it's just a flat out lie. And of course, Fauci's up there telling everybody, he knows, what's going on. And every time turn around, he's turned out to be a liar. That I don't know how far it's going, but there's got senators and you got congressmen up there trying to get him fired. It's just amazing he gets away with what he does. Other than that, the lumber industry has come to a just absolute a brick wall. This mill, they're slowing down. They're stopped Saturdays. I'm sorry, you can't go from $25 a sheet for plywood to $106 without having some issues. That I understand that they are dropping the prices in these Lowe's and whatever. So maybe that'll get us back up and running again. But we're still running at least 5 days a week. We're still hustling the chips. And I guess if the first comes to shove, because they still need the chips to make paper for everything else. So I guess they'll just have to start chipping up the whole log. How about it? But other than that, we're going to sit back.
All right.
We're going to have to sit back and copy the mail.
All right. I actually had an update on the lumber. Yes, prices, you are correct. Prices are coming down from the peak that we saw. What were the number? Lumber futures as of July 30th, Friday, were hovering about $603 per 1,000 board feet, which is 64% lower than the record high when it was running $1,711 in May. Now, you go back a year ago, the commodity was trading at roughly $448 per 1,000 board feet. Here's the kicker, though, with the $1.2 trillion infrastructure deal we were just talking about. A continued rise of housing prices thanks to near zero interest rates and seasonal historic trends. There's a good chance lumber prices will rise to as high as $1,000 per 1,000 board feet again later this year. See, the bulk of this infrastructure deal is going into building roads and bridges, which would undoubtedly spur demand for building materials, lumber included. On top of this, many Americans continue to build new homes or renovate existing homes. Senior analyst also pointed to seasonal factors behind his outlook. The last quarter of the year typically provides a buoyant period for lumber. 9 out of the 12 fourth quarter periods ended in the green for this commodity. The 3 quarters when lumber actually slipped, notching minimal losses, less than 5%. There's good reasoning behind the idea that the losses we're seeing over recent months could soon enough bring another major buying opportunity for the bulls that come back into the dominance. All right, quick 2-minute timeout. Back to your calls ahead. Plenty of room for you on a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, great to have you with us as we get things underway here on a Monday. Settle back in for the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Who else we got joining us here? Andy, our friend from north of the border. Morning, Steve. I get to sleep in tomorrow. Civic holiday up here in Parry Sound, Ontario. Civic holiday, huh? So you got a day off, huh? Enjoy that. Hello to Dave. Happy Monday. Unit 64. Everybody complains about the weather, but no one does anything about it. What can we do? That's my. I don't complain that it's too hot. I do complain when it gets really cold because I'm just not a cold weather fan at all. So, Richard, morning from Central Florida, 82 degrees. Best to Steve and everybody. Night Moves checking in, rolling through Autana, Minnesota, where it's a little chilly, 59 degrees at this hour. Good to have you with us. Let's see here. Morning, Steve. Did you guys get to dance with the dancing trucker? Hey, you know what? Matter of fact, I posted the picture. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Someone was asking, what are you going to do this weekend? And I said, well, I don't know, probably end up going out to Roosters because that's where, that's for whatever reason, my wife and my mother, that's their favorite destination. They love that place. Always have a good time. And we're out there. Hadn't ordered our food yet. I went out to get a smoke. And I saw this car out there, and it looked a little bit almost like the Hot Shot Secret kind of car because it's got the green and white and all it. And it was the Dancing Trucker. Everybody's heard of the Dancing Trucker, right? So I went in, kind of glanced around. I spotted him around the corner. Went over, introduced myself, gave him a couple of Steve Sommers Overnight Drive business cards, and I said, we got to get some pictures. And so at this point, I have linked the picture to my Facebook page. And yes, I said, let's go out to the car and let's dance. Well, we got to do a little dancing out there in the parking lot. So indeed, we did. I've got the video. We've got to edit. My wife doesn't know how to edit the video. So, I mean, the video had us just kind of standing around conversing and BSing and whatnot, but I'm going to share that. Steve Sommers and the Dancing Trucker dancing outside of Roosters. It's kind of funny because as we were doing our little dance thing, here comes a pickup truck pulling in, and some girl leans out the passenger side window, and she's like, the Dancing Trucker! You know, everybody in this town knows the Dancing Trucker. But it was good to meet him personally there. I told him to call in some night. He said he will. He said he's going to call in sometime. And because if you're not familiar with the Dancing Trucker, he just tries to put a smile on people's face. You'll actually get out on the street corner. He's got his, the big Dancing Trucker shirt on. He's a big dude, trust me. And I don't know if he's quite big moose size or not, but he's probably pretty close. A big guy. And he dances to bring awareness for things like depression and suicide and those kind of things that ail us. I said, well, why don't you call in some night and talk to us a little bit about what you advocate for and whatnot. So I think he's going to do that at some point in time. All right, always moving. We got to get our news update here. Got you coming up just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
As several areas across the country see rises in the number of new COVID cases, Florida is seeing one of the worst surges. The state's Department of Health says there are more than 10,200 COVID patients in Florida hospitals as of Sunday, setting a new record. The state also recorded its highest number of daily new COVID-19 cases since the beginning of the pandemic last week, with more than 21,600. And the head of a military junta in Myanmar has declared himself prime minister, promising new elections in the country in 2023. Senior General Min Aung Hlaing extended a state of emergency in the country for 2 more years before those elections will be held. The announcement coming 6 months after the military coup that overthrew Myanmar's democratically elected government. That was followed by weeks of protests that saw military forces kill nearly 1,000 protesters and arrest another 7,000. The military claimed that the February elections were tainted by widespread fraud. This is USA Radio News.
Hello, this is Wayne Alaroot for our newest sponsor, Asset Strategies, or ASI for short. ASI is a precious metals powerhouse. They sell gold and silver. Never in history has there been a more important moment to buy gold and silver. ASI has been in business for 39 years. They've served over 20,000 clients and sold $5 billion worth of gold, silver, and precious metals with zero complaints. Last year, gold saw gains of 25%. Silver nearly doubled gold's performance. Now Democrats are in charge. Green New Deal, open borders, free healthcare for illegals. bail out broke cities and states. The debt is about to go through the stratosphere. The time to buy is now. The owners of ASI, Michael and Rich Chekin, have been my close personal friends for 16 years. ASI is the company I trust when it comes to buying and selling precious metals. Call now to receive a free consultation and a free 1-ounce Silver Eagle with every qualifying purchase when you mention the Wayne Allyn Root Show. Call 800-831-0007. That's 800-831-0007 or visit assetstrategies.com.
As the Senate begins debate over a $1.2 trillion infrastructure package, many on Capitol Hill have emphasized the need to pass that legislation. The bill includes $550 billion in new spending over 8 years and focuses on roads, bridges, water systems, utilities, and broadband expansion. Congressman John Katko says many of these proposals are long overdue. The New York Republican tells Fox News that the detractors of the bill should think of the benefits the package will bring.
When you have the number of senators that are working together on the bill, I think that's a very, very good sign. It's a bill that, a lot of it came from the Problem Solvers Caucus, and I chaired the subcommittee that helped write the guts of this bill, the contours of this bill. So I'm very excited for it, and I think it's really important. And for the detractors out there who want perfection and want everything, I think they should think about the people in Flint, Michigan, who might just get a better water system now, or the person who's scraping together enough money to try and make ends meet, driving on tattered roads that destroys their cars.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
More cases of a condition known as Havana Syndrome have been reported among U.S. diplomats working in Vienna. Victims of the mysterious illness report a variety of symptoms, including headaches and head pressure, nausea, and sudden vertigo. The first cases were reported in 2016 in Cuba, with more in the last few years from places all over the globe. Senator Susan Collins has led efforts to find answers on the cause of these illnesses. The Maine Republican tells CNN that she's also part of a group trying to get a law passed to get treatment and assistance to those suffering from the condition.
That's the question that we must get an answer to. And just recently, the director of the CIA has appointed a very well-qualified individual to lead the search for this mysterious direct energy weapon that is causing, in some cases, permanent traumatic brain injuries. I authored a bill with Senators Warner and Rubio that passed the Senate that will provide compensation for these individuals who, believe it or not, initially were having a hard time getting the care that they needed. That is disgraceful. Our bill has passed the Senate unanimously. I'd hoped that the House was going to pass it before going home this week, and that is a great disappointment to me.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back at it. Round number 2 here on a Monday. Close out the weekend. Hope you had a good weekend. Yep, they just go by so fast, don't they? Yeah, I know the princess has a whole bunch more pictures. Me and the dancing trucker, we'll get those posted. I was just looking through some of the comments after I posted that picture this past afternoon. Let me see here. Where's the princess in the picture? I said, well, the princess is the one that took the picture. Wanda, our Georgia Peach said, how many Long Island teas did the princess have? Am I allowed to divulge those kind of numbers? Trust me, it was more than one. Daryl said, hey, Steve, I need one of those hats. Where can I get it? I put the link up there. Very simple. Go to overnightdriveradio.com. Click on shop. You got the T-shirts, the hats, travel mugs. Get some stickers while you're there. Then they start going into the hair. Dan, not Don, said, get a haircut. Bruce said, get a haircut, old boy. It's rebel. Get a haircut. Lee said, before I retired driving, Steve, he used to work for the same company I drove for in Sharonville, AC Trucking. Gerald said, where is Roosters? What is it? It's right next door, literally right next door to the Springdale Cinemas. Out right before you get to the Tri-County Mall exit. It's pretty much like right across the street from Hooters. But we prefer Roosters. Dale said, look at a little bushy there, Steve-O. You need to make a visit to Martin's. Yes, you are correct. I tried to use that for a trivia question a couple weeks ago. I said, there's something I have not done since the very first week of the program, that week of January the 11th. I offered a $60 coupon code if you could tell me what I haven't done. I said, it's something I need to do. A couple people made guesses, but no, it was haircut. Have not had a haircut since the first week where we started the show. Yes, and I don't think it's long enough for a ponytail, but haircuts. I'm a procrastinator when it comes to haircuts. But I think this is the longest I've gone probably since I was back in my 20s. So yes, I'm gonna get a haircut. Maybe this week. All right. Hello, always moving.
Good morning. Doesn't look all that long and bushy when you can see you on in the set on the radio.
I think the headphones kind of keep it covered up, and it kind of holds the hair to my ears, so you can't really see when when I have my ball cap on, it's all sticking out the sides, so it is kind of bushy.
Well, get it long enough for a ponytail, and then it'll pull back nicely, and it'll keep you cooler in the summer. That's just my suggestion.
You think the princess would go for a man bun? How about a man bun?
Well, there you go. I mean, I see a lot of older men that have just let their hair grow very long. And as long as it's nice and neat and kept clean, I don't have a problem with it. It's when it gets scraggly and you're not taking care of it that you have to go.
Yeah.
So as long as you take care of it. So 3 things. Number 1, I got a new friend from the Paws Humane Society up here in town. And thank you to them. The little fella had been there since April, waiting for me to find him. A nice 6-year-old mutt. And he is doing very well at my place, getting along well, doesn't mind the cats or the horses or anything. And the other day, he was walking around on a leash. I keep him on a leash. He'd been treated for heartworms, so I've been keeping him, just walking him and making sure he, gets to know the lay of the place and everything. And you could kind of see it on his face that he was walking around going, hey, I think this is my new home. I like this. So that made me very happy. So yeah, I have a new friend named Norman at the house.
Good.
So thank you to the Paws Humane Society for taking care of him. And as far as the infrastructure bill, I think the very first bill that Congress and the Senate should pass before they do anything with the infrastructure bill is that any bill cannot contain any extras. If it's an infrastructure bill, that's it. It can't be about illegals getting, made citizens. It can't be about building something special in a district. It has to be about infrastructure. If it's about voting, it has to be about voting. You cannot add all this other crap into it. A 2,000-page bill, that is absurd. Absolutely absurd, ridiculous. And they do that kind of crap to bear it so that nobody can find it. And as far as making the illegal citizens legal, this is why they keep coming up here, because nobody is putting an end to it. And you have to put an end to it. If they say, well, it's just because they want to better themselves. Okay, well, little Susie cheated on her exams to get through medical school. Oh, she only did it because she wanted to better herself. She wanted to be a doctor. It's okay. Susie just cheated because she just wanted to be a doctor. She wants to better herself than being a waitress. Well, we don't let Susie get away with cheating on her exams because that's not right. And letting illegals come into the country illegally and then just forgiving them because they will, quote, want to better themselves, it's the same thing. You can't do that. I can't get a job and cheat my way through my job to get to the top and say, well, I just wanted to better myself. You know, I don't have to follow the rules at work. I just want to better myself. I don't need to stay where I am for a year. I don't need to do any of the things that I'm supposed to do or clock in on time. I just want to better myself. Well, that's ridiculous. And so the first bill they need to pass is one that says if it's a bill about infrastructure, that's all it is. If it is a bill about whatever, that's all that is in it. You cannot add anything else to it. And it cannot be more than 100 pages, period. That's it, 100 pages. If it's more, you got to pass another bill. You got to do something different because this bit of, a tax code that is so big, nobody can read it, and bills that are so big, nobody is going to read it. That's just absurd, absolutely absurd. My next point about is I saw an article today that literally dropped my jaw, made my hair stand up on end, and I like, how do I forward this to Steve? At Harvard, apparently a Harvard professor was on Fox and Friends sometime Sunday morning. I guess it was Sunday morning sometime. And the Harvard professor is a professor of, I'm not sure what, but she said, and it's a very, I don't want to give the wrong credit to her or whatever, but she said there are two sexes. There's male and female. And it's determined that by gametes. That has nothing to do with how you feel or how you want to be, but that is science. And science says these gametes make you male, these gametes make you female, period. There's only two. There's no other gender. There's nothing around. So another professor at Harvard got all over her case because this woman identifies as a blue mermaid at Harvard, is a professor at Harvard, and she is in charge of the Inclusive Act or program that they have at Harvard. And she said, and I quote, using scientific language like that is dangerous. And relying just on science is dangerous when we are trying to promote and show you that there is all sorts of genders and things that people can be. Look it up and read it. It'll make your hair stand up on end. And she is trying to get this other woman. I mean, they're all over the woman who said science is science. And it's based on a scientific fact. There's two genders. And I agree with her. What you feel is one thing, but what science says is something else. And so it's a fascinating story, and I would love to have looked it up on Fox and Friends. I didn't have time, but this other professor, and that's at Harvard, and if that's what they're teaching you, and it went on to say that in medical school they are now debating how many different genders there are. What you have from science? This is it. There's two. That's all there is. I don't know the sex of a blue female. I don't know how you would identify that. You might feel like you want to be a blue female, or you might identify as a blue mermaid or whatever, but there's no sex for a blue mermaid. It doesn't work that way.
Wow.
And the other thing with that is, so here you had when President Trump was in the White House and was doing his thing with COVID-19, and all of the progressives were, no, you got to follow the science. You got to follow the science. Well, here you have a lady that's the head of a department at Harvard that said you listening to science and using that jargon is dangerous. That you can't do that. That's wrong. So that's something for everyone to chew on, because here you have, she thinks she's a blue mermaid, and she is a head professor at Harvard. Okie dokie. Well, that's money well spent. So that's all I got. I enjoy my new friend, Norman, and I hope other people will be encouraged to adopt their friends from Humane Society. I've gotten a couple now from the Humane Society, and most of them I find, other critters I find, but he's a good fit for me. He's very good, so I'm very pleased with him.
That's great.
So that's it. You have a good weekend, good week, and we'll keep in touch and keep listening.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Always moving. It's kind of right along the lines of what you're talking about. Someone sent me here just a few minutes ago. Who sent that to me? See. Yeah, Roy. Roy sent me a link in regards to the American Medical Association is lobbying to end the designation of sex on all birth certificates. You won't be a male or a female. Just can't make this stuff up. I'll give you more on that here. First, a quick timeout. And Monkey Gouger dropped off. We lost Monkey Gouger. Call us back. You were coming up next. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com. From the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, boy, I'm a blue mermaid. It is astonishing, they say, how the transgender moral panic has swept actual science aside. The American Medical Association Board of Trustees has passed a resolution that will have the American Medical Association lobbying to end the designation of sex in all future birth certificates. The resolution distinguishes between the certificate of live birth, which is used for simple data collection and vital statistics, versus a birth certificate, which is proof for a person born that he or she was indeed born. Can I still say that? The American Medical Association wants biological sex recorded for the former as a private matter of record keeping. They will now urge that birth certificate forms carry no designation of sex to prevent future discrimination based on identity and allow the person to later decide what sex they are. This is from the 2021, June 21, Board of Trustees recommendation, number 15. They pretty much go through and explain it. Existing American Medical Association policy recognizes that every individual has the right to determine their gender identity and sex designation on government documents. To protect individual privacy and prevent discrimination, U.S. jurisdictions should remove sex designation on the birth certificate. So rather than permit people to have their records changed, as it is right now in all but 2 states, and to accommodate the potential future subjective, emotional desires of the very few, the objective biological reality for the many, and all but an infinitesimal number of births, we need to remove that designation. Vital statistics data is a fundamental source of health information. In the United States, the standard certificates of live birth is the primary means by which uniformity of data collection and processing is achieved. Birth certificates, on the other hand, are issued by the government to individuals as proof of birth, sex designation as collected through standard form, and included on the birth certificate refers to the biological difference between males and females. Today, the majority of states, 48 and the District of Columbia, allow people to amend their sex designation on their birth certificates to reflect their individual gender identities. But only 10 states allow for a gender-neutral designation, which would typically be an X on the birth certificate. So the American Medical Association has gone full bore woke, participating in the herd stampede that is the transgender moral panic. Gee, why don't people trust our institutions anymore? That is the question. Why don't we trust the likes of Dr. Fauci? Yeah, Tater, I think you're right. Yeah, Tater said, welcome to the United States of Sodom and Gomorrah. Yeah, I've made that comparison several times in recent years. I mean, it really is straight out of the biblical Sodom and Gomorrah. Well, what's going on, Horse Feathers?
Good morning, Your Honor. Was it okay what I did with your call screener?
Let's see. Horse Feathers out to breakfast
You've got to be
morning.
careful. Be careful.
Oh. Okay. All right, so don't read it direct. I saw the picture. Yes, that's the all-gender restrooms.
Yeah, 3 pictures on it. 3 pictures. Got the male picture, got the female picture, and got the
half and half
picture of something that's a mixture of this and that. Huh? What the? I can't say it here. I can say it to your call screener, I think.
Any and all, just come on in.
Unbelievable. I heard Always Moving talking about that, and I'm like, yeah, I sent this picture to Moose and Heatwave there over the weekend there after breakfast, yesterday after breakfast. And I don't know. You can post it if you want. You're more than welcome to post it. You got my permission to use any likenesses or whatever that I send you to whatever to put onto whatever. But if now it's okay to keep the sex private on a birth certificate, but I have to tell somebody if I've had a COVID-19 vaccination or not.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? How does that work? It's okay for anybody to not know what sex I am, but when it comes to going in someplace, I got to tell them if I've had a vaccination or not. I can't keep that part private. And do you think it's going to not matter about what sex is on the birth certificate? Do you think they're just going to change that space to what the digital chip number is? Because all the babies will be injected with digital chips when they're born, so they can instead of recording male or female, they can just put that digital chip number there. What do you think about that? Think that'd work?
Are you getting a little conspiratorial? I know there's a lot of people that say that's what it's coming down to. It's coming down to the chip.
Well, what else can it be? I mean, look at the way we're going. I mean, look at what's going on. What else can it come to? I mean, as somebody said there last week, Nancy and Chucky, they're sitting up there on Capitol Hill and they're looking out along the masses down there out there on the mall, and they're saying, look at all the sheep that we've got to wear masks. Look at what we can do to the people, and I don't know. It's just they're not there. They're not there to represent the people anymore. They're there to control the people and be the high up muckety mucks that have all the money when everybody else is. What do you call that? Equally, everybody else has to live equally, but them, because they're better than the rest of us or whatever. But I don't know. It's getting to be so. I was out to breakfast there, and a brother-in-law was with us. One of the brother-in-laws was with us, and he asked me. He says, "So, what do you think about this infrastructure bill that they're working on? Are you worried about, being able to get around with all the construction?" I said, "What construction?" He says, "Well, they're going to be doing all kinds of repairs and major this and major that." And I said, "Have you ever seen it with any other infrastructure bills get passed that, there's major shutdowns and you can't go places?" "Well, no." I said, "Well, why would this one be any different?" "Well, what do you expect to see happen if this infrastructure bill passes this week? What do you expect to see happen? Do you expect to see, every way out of Cincinnati closed because of construction? Do you expect to see the Bence Bridge torn down and replaced in the next 2 months before the end of the year?" I mean, no, you're not. This money's based over what, 10 years? This whole bill is based over 10 years?
10 years, yes.
So what do you think's going to happen? It's going to go to support all the pork, all these extra pet projects, pork this, pork that. All that money will get divided out. There'll be a bunch of studies made. There'll be infrastructure studies made. We're going to go out and look for spiders and bugs and this and that, and all these different studies, and why, if we move this bridge 3 inches over here to the right by making it a little bit wider, will it help or won't it? And so the next 8 to 10 years will all be in that money, but you aren't going to see it done on the highway. You won't see any more than what you already see for normal construction. You aren't going to see anything else. So
trying to remember back, it may have been the last because they're saying it's been quite a few years since the last infrastructure bill. It was back during, I think, wasn't it Obama's first 4 years? They passed this big infrastructure thing. Remember, you'd be rolling down the highway and they
shovel ready.
They had shovel ready. Yeah, they had the signs posted about this highway project is thanks to whatever Obama's shovel ready project. That was the one. I'm trying to remember how much they spent on putting the daggone signs up on the road. All that money that could have actually gone to more infrastructure. But hey, we got to pause there. We've got clear lines. We'll get back and finish up with horse feathers. After that, wide open at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The bipartisan group of senators unveiled a $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill Sunday night after weeks of negotiations among the group of more than 20. The more than 2,700-page bill includes funding for roads, bridges, broadband, and water systems, with more than $550 billion in new spending over the next 8 years. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says a vote on the package could come in a matter of days. And a Belarusian sprinter has accused her country's Olympic team of trying to force her to leave Tokyo after she criticized Belarus's coaching staff on social media. Kristina Timonuskaya says she was taken from the Olympic Village to the Tokyo airport against her will before refusing to board a flight back to Minsk. Activist groups say the sprinter was targeted by supporters of Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko. Timonuskaya was taken from the airport by Tokyo police to a safe place and will reportedly ask for asylum from the Austrian embassy. This is USA Radio News.
Attention businesses of all sizes affected by COVID-19. The federal government has introduced the Employee Retention Credit. It's a new relief program that allows you to collect up to $14,000 per employee. If your business was forced to close due to COVID-19, or you lost 20% or more of your sales, you may qualify for free financial relief. There's no limit to the amount you can file for, and you don't have to pay the money back. Call the ERC program experts today. They'll explain to you how much you qualify for and how fast the funds can be in your business bank account. To find out if you qualify for the ERC program, call the IPG Law Group right now for details. There's no upfront cost to you, and you could receive up to $14,000 per employee. Call right now for details. 800-932-5197. 800-932-5197. 800-932-5197. That's 800-932-5197.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty then. If you weren't with us there when we first got things started, Knucklebuster was first caller, and he wanted to pass the news on out of West Memphis. After nearly 3 months of repair work, the I-40 bridge, it's partially reopened. Cars began driving across the bridge about 9 o'clock Saturday night when eastbound traffic opened back up, allowing vehicles to once again cross the Mississippi River from Arkansas into Tennessee. Let's see, they did confirm that West Memphis mayor was in one of the first vehicles to cross the newly reopened bridge. All right, we all know the background when it was shut down. Members of the Chamber of Commerce breathing a sigh of relief as the vital lifeline to the city reached its reopening date, while business owners in West Memphis anxiously awaited the return of Memphis customers. Now, part of those frustrations, anyway, have been relieved with cars once again traveling from Arkansas into Tennessee. Westbound lanes carrying drivers from Memphis into Arkansas may open as early as this Friday, so another week for the westbound traffic. But that's the slate, according to the local Fox affiliate there in Memphis, Tennessee. I mentioned earlier, get ready to pay more. May have anxiety about inflation, even as demand roars back. The world's biggest manufacturers, from Procter & Gamble to Nestle, looking to cover the cost of raw materials, whether it's chemicals or coffee. Everything is soaring. Unilever warned of commodity and shipping costs increasing the most in a decade. Oil and plastics are a headache, while pricier aluminum threatens a nasty hangover at the world's biggest brewer, Anheuser-Busch InBev. Walmart Incorporated and Target Corporation may highlight the price demands of their big suppliers when they update on trading in a few weeks. input cost might be hurting profit margins right now. Inflation isn't all bad for consumer groups and food retailers over the long run, especially since there's a good chance that shoppers will pay for them. Consistent but modest inflation gets shoppers used to the price rises. That's good for the manufacturer's margins. For grocers, when food prices are accelerating, they have to sell fewer cans of beans or loaves of bread to reach the same value of sales. So long as they keep the volumes stable, sales automatically rise. Kroger's CEO even told investors last month that a little bit of inflation is always good for the U.S. supermarket. The problem is the cost increases, not to mention rising labor expenses, are neither gradual nor consistent right now. In the U.S. and Europe, there's going to be a lag before manufacturers pass them onto the retailers. Unilever noted, the maker of Dove moisturizer and Magnum ice creams, knows it can suffer when the two sides don't see eye to eye. Supermarkets are no doubt keen for consumer goods groups to bear more of the pain. When it comes to the retailers, those with the most scale, like think Walmart or Kroger or Tesco over in the UK, they're in the best position to stand their ground. Nestle last Thursday said they were already managing to put their price increases so that they may step up about 2% in the second half of this year. There could be still more leeway, as Kroger said consumers don't typically balk at inflation of 3 to 4%. But it's when prices spike higher that manufacturers and retailers have to worry. Not all consumers are flush with cash. Trading down is the big danger. Those under pressure may switch out of brands like Kellogg's Corn Flakes and Pampers diapers. People begin switching to the cheaper, off-label brands. You buy the cheaper, looking to save a buck. Of course, today is the date. We made the announcement last week. Hot Shot Secret prices going up 3%. Pretty much across the board. The cost, what were some of the numbers here? The cost of plastics for the bottles and the lids, the cost of cardboard for the boxing, the packaging. See, plastics, bottles, and caps up nearly 10%. It's over 9.5%. Raw materials up 20+%. Freight and transportation cost up 6%. And right now, of course, additional fuel surcharges. The fuel surcharge is back for sure with the rising prices at the pump. All right, let me get back at it here. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Thanks for hanging in there, Horse Feathers. How was your weekend, by the way? Anything special?
No, not really there. We had a rainy day most of the day yesterday. After we got done with breakfast there, I was going to grease the truck, and the outdoor shop got kind of damp. So we had some rain come through, and it let off enough, and later in the afternoon, I was able to get the truck greased and get it hooked back up. But now most of the day was kind of slow there. So Saturday, I don't know. What do we do Saturday? I work Saturday morning, so I don't know. We did some odds and ends. I guess, I know. The wife and daughter and grandson, they went out fossil hunting. They went down there to I guess they went on the west side of the Chesapeake Bay, down on the Potomac River, west of where the Chesapeake Bay and the Potomac River meet each other down there on that peninsula down in southern Maryland. And there's a bunch of on the beaches, they have a bunch of shark teeth that are all there, all fossilized shark teeth and other types of creatures, and that they're, I don't know, a couple million years old or whatever, but they're all there on the beaches. And you go down through there and you take your little sifter and you can sift out these little black teeth. And they went to this other beach, and the ones on the first beach they went to over at Calvert Cliffs on the right on the side of the Chesapeake there, they their teeth were kind of more blunt. They didn't have a sharp point to them. And these teeth they picked up the Potomac River there on that beach, they were little pointy, sharp teeth, and they were all good size. So I was pretty impressed with what they brought back for gems and relics that they spent their afternoon down there sifting through the beaches for. But it's kind of an interesting thing. Go down there, you know, if you're interested in fossils and stuff like that, then you can look them up online and compare them to what they are, and just little knickknacks. It's just good for, you know, your younger kids, and that gives them something that they can actually do and accomplish. And it's not something that's pre-staged, you know, like you go to some of these places where you do these things and it's, you know, pulling fish out of a barrel or something. You know, it wasn't that hard to find the stuff, but it's all nature, you know, it's all there from, you know, whatever thousands of years ago. So, wait, what was this deal? I opened the door there for a minute while I was loading to get my flashlight. I heard this deal about a haircut. Who's supposed to be getting a haircut?
Well, that would be me.
Oh, you need a haircut? You haven't had a COVID haircut yet?
I remember my little trivia question a few weeks back. I said, what have I not done since the first week of the show? That was what I was referencing. I have not had a haircut since the week of January the 11th, Horse Feathers.
Wow. Wow, that's kind of a long time for you.
Bingo.
You had the princess start braiding it here pretty quick for you. So, but anyway, so I think what we need to do is, in case you get one of these slow nights, maybe you can take, after they pass this infrastructure bill, maybe you can get it all printed out there, and you can spend the show just reading to us everything that they pass in that infrastructure bill, and tell us how much is really going to something we'll see or something that we'll never even know anything about and feel anything of, you know, but all our money will go to it. And anyways, that's about all for that. But I think you're right on the inflation deal. I think you're going to see everybody start cutting back on the name brand products, start buying the store brand. And I think for the most part, most of those are almost the same. Kind of like Hot Shot Secret does some packaging, you know, blending and packaging for other people. You know, they're a company. They do work for other people.
Oh yeah.
So, but I'm sure they don't give them the exact 100% Hot Shot Secret formula. They leave a little bit off or don't make it quite up to what their standards are. But you're gonna. I think, you know, that's kind of the way the store brands are. I think you're going to see a lot of people buying store brand products instead of the big name brand products. So not that they'll probably work quite as well, but hey, when it comes to breakfast cereal, I guess you just have to eat another couple spoonfuls to get your full nutrition value that you would from the name brand.
You know, my stepfather, before he passed, he worked for many, many years. It was Ralston Purina, which was eventually bought out by General Mills. And the cereals, I mean, you had the rice Chex cereals and the wheat Chex and all the Chex brands, the name brand. Yeah, he said that the same manufacturing line would be run in the knockoff brand of various Chex cereals. That it's essentially almost the same thing.
Well, it's all tooling. I mean, you there's only so much tooling in the country to make this stuff. So the one factory manufacturer just makes it all, and depends on which box is on the assembly line that the bag goes into, pretty much. But you know, you're talking about the increase for Hot Shot there. You know, the plastic bottles and the transportation, that all goes right back to oil, Steve. Cost of oil in this country, what it costs to get here now. And it's, you know, when our oil costs went up with, you know, I'm sure there's a lot of fracking that's been slowed down. There's a lot of new fracking that's not happening now. It's going to start to hurt. And then you put the you put the wage increases, everybody wanting to pay $15 an hour, or everybody wanting to make $15 an hour if they're forced to come back off the unemployment plus $300 a week.
Mm-hmm.
I see that getting extended. Do you see? What do you think? Do you think in September? Do you think they're going to extend that $300 deal? Especially now that they're pushing all this mask and people staying home, and you watch. They're gonna extend that $300, and this is not going away. And I don't know if they're even going to force people to even start looking for work. So the deal in Maryland, as you said last week, there got rejected by the courts. They only wanted them to show one employment history look for per week. Out of the whole week while you're on unemployment, you only had to show that you looked at one job.
Oh, really? Wow.
I don't know. Can you find one job in a week? Can you go out and put in one application in a week?
Well, I mean, there was a short period of time where I was on unemployment. It's been many years ago, and seems like I had to. It was 3 or 4 per week. You had to show proof that you had applied
3 or 5.
for. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, I mean, you couldn't be just sitting around on your ass. You had to be out there looking for work.
Yep. Nope. That's all. They only wanted one, and I think they eliminated that when they said they had to go back and give them the $300 again too. So it's I don't know. It's sad. It's sad that we have people that are supposedly running our government that want our people to do absolutely nothing but sit around and, just be dependent on the government. And I think things are gonna be a sad state of affairs here in, another 20 years. We'll see. We'll see where all this washes out, but I'm hoping in 20 years it's not as bad as what I'm saying, but I don't know. It ain't, from my view, it ain't looking good. So I don't know. I'll let somebody else chime in there.
When it comes to the extended unemployment, you may be right. I mean, in this, never say never. Not in this day and age. With the number of states that have already, looked at ending the $300 federal additional unemployment, I think there was one. And Arkansas, I believe, was added to the list where Friday a judge ruled that they had to reinstate it. So it's Maryland, Indiana, Arkansas. Someone said there was a couple of others where the judges are ordering they have to re-implement that additional $300 a week. Meanwhile, quick time out as we roll into a Monday. Wide open lines here at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Okay, what's on your mind here on a Monday? It is 844-3388. Chevy guy brought up that I'm not going to dwell on it for hours on end, but I'm going to throw out some of the latest because this information was just released on Friday, and it's our first time to chat since this information came out. Roughly 3/4 of the people who became infected with COVID during a recent outbreak in Massachusetts were already fully vaccinated, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention Friday. The CDC's Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report showed that 74% of the 469 infected in this outbreak, which was linked to the popular tourist location, Provincetown in Cape Cod. 74% were fully vaccinated before they became ill. And of those who were vaccinated, 274 displayed symptoms, 4 required hospitalization. The Delta variant, identified in 90% of specimens taken from 133 patients. Now, the report also indicates the data is insufficient for any conclusions to be made about the vaccines or their effectiveness against the Delta variant. But that was one of the findings that was pivotal in leading the Centers for Disease Control to update their mask recommendations last week. The masking recommendation updated to ensure that the vaccinated public is not unknowingly transmitting the virus to others, including their unvaccinated or immunocompromised loved ones. Let me see here. What we're learning is that if you're vaccinated, you can become sick. This cluster, were this cluster to have happened pre-vaccination, before they were available, or among a population with low vaccination rates, we believe you'd see a much more significant number of hospitalizations and deaths, which probably true. Dr. Robert Horsborough from Boston University tells the Globe that this is what we expect in a highly vaccinated population. Even though vaccines are very effective, they are not perfect. Therefore, whenever a disease is spreading in a community with a highly vaccinated population, the majority of cases are going to be among vaccinated people, because there's not that many unvaccinated people. Whatever this area was, Provincetown, Cape Cod, or whatever, I think an overwhelming majority of the people there are fully vaccinated, something about a very, very healthy lifestyle, LGBT community kind of thing. That's what the report said, so I'm not really familiar with the area. All right, we wrap up another hour here. We've got wide open lines. Jump on in. Long ways to go. On a Monday, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A bipartisan group of senators unveiled a $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill Sunday night after weeks of negotiations among the group of more than 20. The more than 2,700-page bill includes funding for roads, bridges, broadband, and water systems, with more than $550 billion in new spending over the next 8 years. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says a vote on the package could come in a matter of days. And a Belarusian sprinter has accused her country's Olympic team of trying to force her to leave Tokyo after she criticized Belarus's coaching staff on social media. Kristina Timonskaya says she was taken from the Olympic Village to the Tokyo airport against her will before refusing to board a flight back to Minsk. Activist groups say the sprinter was targeted by supporters of Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko. Timonskaya was taken from the airport by Tokyo police to a safe place and will reportedly ask for asylum from the Austrian embassy. This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA. Or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Florida has become the epicenter of the spread of the Delta variant of the coronavirus. Brad Bernards has more.
If you are vaccinated, you have 25 times less chance of getting hospitalized or dying.
Dr. Megan Rainey, Brown University emergency physician. Florida reported 21,683 new cases of COVID-19, the state's highest one-day total since the start of the pandemic, according to federal health data released Saturday. The state has become the new national epicenter for the virus, accounting for around a fifth of all new cases in the U.S.
And the U.S. men's national soccer team has won their 7th CONCACAF Gold Cup championship, beating Mexico Sunday night 1-0. The game headed into extra time scoreless and looked to be headed for a penalty shootout before Miles Robinson headed home the winning goal in the 117th minute. With the win, the U.S. avenges a loss in the finals of the last edition of the North American Championship, a 1-0 win by Mexico in the 2019 final. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
With COVID cases on the rise thanks to the spread of the Delta variant of the virus, there are many questioning the possible effects of the more transmissible strain on the economy. But the head of the National Economic Council says the variant won't have the same impact on the economy that the virus initially did. Brian Deese tells Fox News that the country is far better equipped now to deal with the Delta strain while keeping economic activity going.
Well, we're taking it very seriously. From the beginning, the health and economic crisis have been inextricably linked, and that will continue to be the case. But I think the important part is this is not 2020 or early 2021. We're in a very different position. Our economy is growing at a historic rate. Last year, we were in a historic economic freefall. We're creating jobs at a record pace. Jobs are plentiful and wages are going up. And nearly 70% of Americans have gotten the first vaccine. Vaccines are free, widely available. Anyone can get them. Everyone should take them. And the other thing that's different is that because President Biden acted early and aggressively, states, cities, schools, and others, they have the resources to effectively surge capability where it needs.
And House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and House Democratic leaders called on President Biden to extend the federal moratorium on evictions, with more than 3 million Americans estimated to be at risk of losing their homes. The moratorium expired after Congress failed to pass an extension, something that some Democrats, like New York Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, blame on her party's leadership. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My turn again, another hour rolling into a Monday. Well, let's get it all started here. At 844-844-3388. Took the opportunity of the clear lines to go ahead and do the phone reset. We're good to go. All right. Somebody won't get cut off at 4 a.m., in other words. Move over some of the industry headlines. This is the monthly, what they call the parking zone. They're in Landline magazine. Update on what's going on with parking or the lack thereof around the country. New reports regarding local truck parking are too numerous and small in scope to report on individually. However, what each of these news items means to the underlying national problem is too significant to ignore. We've got a roundup of the latest truck parking related news items from around the country. And the headline was, suffice it to say, there's no sugarcoating it. The month of July was not a good month. By now, most of you should know that the new truck parking ordinance in Minneapolis that prohibits parking within the city, unless otherwise noted. If this is news to you, here's a quick summary. Short story is truckers cannot park on the streets of Minneapolis. The not-so-short story, after 2 years since it was first proposed, the Minneapolis Transportation and Public Works Committee passed the ordinance in June. It caused a lot of controversy, forcing city officials to go back to the drawing board. The compromise with stakeholders is kind of a staff directive to look into a solution for truckers. That is, the parking ban stands with the addition of the city being able to claim they will address the parking issues with truckers. All right now, the way it stands, the Senate has reached a bipartisan infrastructure agreement we were talking about in hour number 1. Bad news is funding for truck parking is not included. Getting an infrastructure bill that will actually get through Congress has been quite an uphill battle. There was a previous House bill that included a $1 billion provision for truck parking capacity. Unfortunately, it also included too many poison pills. That's the House version. The latest attempt at an infrastructure bill is considerably more likely to see the light of day. Again, they're saying it may very well pass this week. But at last check, the Senate bill did not have an inclusion of any funding for truck parking. All right, some of the other state reports. New Mexico, there's a county there that considers a truck stop. According to the Albuquerque Journal, Bernalillo County is poised to add a new pilot travel center that would be near Albuquerque off I-25. Previously, county commissioners scoffed at providing subsidies since the truck stop would provide mostly low-wage jobs. Furthermore, a pilot is worth billions of dollars. The commission recently approved more than $700,000 in gross tax reimbursements for roadway improvements There was an about face with a 4-1 vote suggest a bit of a softer tone for more truck parking there. It's not too often the trucking industry in a state does Department of Transportation actually agree on an issue when it comes to truck parking in Arkansas. There are no arguments. The Arkansas DOT and the Arkansas Trucking Association are actually working together to provide more truck parking in that state. They have the funding. Back in 2013, they passed a 15% increase in commercial vehicle registration fees. The $2 million in revenue generated from that increase can be used to promote truck safety through public-private partnerships, including truck parking. So to start, the Arkansas Commercial Truck Safety and Education Program Committee wants to turn the site of an old I-40 Welcome Center there in West Memphis into a truck parking facility. That would add about 60 parking spaces with restrooms. However, that needs a public-private partnership, and the lowest bid is too high. Fortunately, the state has several options as they continue to find more truck parking spaces. All right, there's a Texas town, the NIMBY crowd, not in my backyard. Loves may not have as much luck as having as they're having in Montana. Dozens of residents in New Braunfels are opposing a proposed new location there. The proposal calling for a truck stop off I-35. If you drive through the area right now, you'll likely see at least one of about 100 signs reading, "Stop Loves MB Truck Stop." The hashtag Stop Loves. Some are complaining about distances from existing homes, pointing out there's already a truck stop within a mile from town. Nothing is set in stone for now, but the city's planning commission is scheduled to review that proposal in September. It looks like the scheduled date is September the 8th. Now, another issue, which is going to be the state of New York, where here just a few days ago, they closed 10 of their service areas for a big modernizing project. All right, what does this mean for truck parking? Despite the rumors, truck parking will not be affected, they say. The Thruway confirmed with Landline that in addition to fuel services, truck parking will remain available during the construction. It's going to be done in 2 phases. Phase 1 includes 16 service areas starting this year. Phase 2 will include the remaining 11 service areas starting in January of 2023. All right, you've got parking, but obviously you won't have the amenities, the showers, the laundry, and all those sort of things that when the refurbishment project is done, there's going to be a number of new amenities. All right, a couple of others here. According to WJOL, Joliet residents asking the news radio station to do something about another parking issue. Remember the not in my backyarders that have been fighting a proposed Love's truck stop since at least 2018? Well, now residents in nearby New Lenox are doing the same. This time, residents are complaining about truckers parking and napping in a mall parking lot where no parking's allowed. So truckers moved to the strip mall in front of the mall, and now residents are not happy about that. They want the truckers out. This is the same city that is resisting a truck stop. You're complaining about trucks parking in your strip mall parking lot. Well, why do you think the truckers are parking there? Maybe it's because there's no other options. You don't want the truck stop, and you don't want the trucks parked there. It's all right. When it comes to the big three, they always update Pilot, TA, and Petro, and Loves. July was not a good month for new locations. Only one truck stop opened, and that's the one that opened last week, with a mere 13 truck parking spaces. That's the Loves in Durant, Oklahoma. 13 spots, very small location, obviously, there. So, all right, look at 16 past the hour. Get back to your calls just ahead. You want to jump on board? It's 844-844-3388. First, a quick 2-minute timeout to Steve Sommers' Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
There was one little tidbit of good news in the mix there about truck parking out of South Carolina. Let's see, Calhoun Oil Company and Palmetto Express announcing the grand opening of a truck stop at 495 Old Sandy Run Road in Gaston, South Carolina. That's off I-26 at exit 125. They confirmed the truck parking will be available, but they did not provide details on how many spaces are going to be available there. But the grand opening is coming up later this week. Coming up noon to 4 this Thursday, August the 5th. In addition to prizes, food and drinks, they'll have a local radio live broadcast. A bloodmobile will also be there for the grand opening. All right, so again, Gaston, South Carolina. When we find out how many spaces will be available, we'll pass it on to you. Hey, good morning, Captain Ron. What's going on?
Hello, Mr. Sommers. I see you made it through another weekend.
Yeah, and man, it was man, did that go fast.
I was going to ask you about that dancing trucker. I'm glad you brought that up. That was pretty good pictures.
Now, did my wife post any photos yet? Because I mean, I know she took a bunch of pictures. She only shared one with me, so I'll have to. I wanted to. I said send me a bunch of. Okay.
So far.
All right. Yeah, she's got a bunch of pictures. I don't know why she didn't send them to me.
Yeah, I'll be looking for more. So I was going to tell you the other night, my wife works at a assisted living facility, and she's always had to wear the mask, but now, I just heard on your news report that Florida's now what they're calling the epicenter, over 21,000 cases. But anyway, she's going to have to undergo mandatory COVID testing every week now, and she's always wore a cloth mask, and now they're making them wear the N95s or the disposable paper ones now. They're not allowed to wear the cloth mask anymore. I thought the cloth was just as good as the paper from, not that I think that either one of them worked.
Right,
that's
right.
beside the point. But yeah, she's got to get COVID tested every week now. So I don't know.
But my understanding is for the test, they're still having to do that jab that Q-tip way back in the back of your brain, aren't they? They haven't come up with a new test, have they?
I thought there was one that they can prick the finger and find out in like 15 minutes.
I'm not sure.
Or not.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't see what good it would do if they're doing tests with the swabs and having to wait, what is it, a couple of days to get the results? I mean, it seems like they wouldn't know fast enough to me. But what do I know? I'm just a truck driver out here going up and down the highway. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Yeah, that's about all I got for right now. Maybe I can come up with something in a little while.
Well, all right. Well,
I'm glad you did the restart. I'm glad you did the reset, though, about this time of the night. I was wondering why you didn't. But I think it'll work out pretty good that way.
Normally, if I've got anybody hanging on when I do the reset, it hangs up on everybody. So I try to hold off on it, and then, lo and behold, I forget to do the darn thing, and then boom, I've got 4 people hanging on. It just hangs up on everybody. So I had a little opportunity there with clear lines. So got her done. Get her done. I'm sure Philip, if he checks in, he's normally like a 3:30 kind of call on his way in. Sure, he'll bring up the fact that the announcement was made on Friday that Walt Disney and Walmart both announcing that they're going to require nearly every employee working for the companies to get the vaccine. Disney's new measure will give both salaried and non-union hourly employees across the nation 60 days to be compliant. Newly hired employees will also be required to be fully vaccinated before beginning employment. Employees who are not already vaccinated and are working on site will have 60 days from today, which was Friday, to complete their protocols. Any employees still working from home will need to provide verification of vaccination prior to their return, with limited exceptions. They added that they also started conversation with union leaders representing employees over the COVID vaccinations. Not clear how many employees are affected and if workers are going to be given the option to show a weekly test rather than proof of vaccination, like some others are doing. Disney's policy announced as several big tech companies, including Google and Facebook, announced that every American employee must get the jab before stepping back into the office. The other big one Friday was Walmart. Arkansas-based Walmart that said all employees at their headquarters and managers who travel within the United States must be vaccinated by early October. We're hoping that would influence even more of our frontline associates to become vaccinated. They did announce back in May that fully vaccinated employees could work without masks. They also reversed their mask policy for employees working in stores, clubs, distribution facilities, and warehouses. Moving forward, they will be required to wear masks in areas with high infection rates, even if they've been vaccinated. Walmart is now also encouraging customers to wear masks in stores where located and where cases are surging, which, I guess that would mean pretty much any store in Florida, right? In Florida, as Captain Ron mentioned, accounting for, I believe it's 20% of all COVID cases in the country, but I would assume that's the millions upon millions of people that are vacationing, going into the state, and most likely, maybe bringing it in with them or taking it back out, to their respective home 20s. My son and daughter-in-law and grandkids, they spent the past week, they just got back Saturday night. I mean, I'm kind of wondering, I'm hoping they don't come down with COVID in the next few days. They've been down there, of course, obviously having a good time, eating in the restaurants, which someone told me last week that there are some places where they still are not doing indoor dining, but a lot of the beach restaurants and whatnot have the outdoor, the deck, balcony kind of outdoor dining, which I know I saw a number of pictures where they were doing that. So, all right. So there's some of the latest numbers. With that, what do we got? A couple minutes before we hit our bottom of the hour news update. So let me take advantage of the opportunity here before I don't want to give somebody a minute and a half on the phone, so we'll get back to the calls. Truck driver arrested after taking a bathroom break at a peach orchard in Georgia earlier in July. Monroe County, Georgia. This is along US 341, according to the Macon County Reporter. A couple of locals contacted police to report that a tractor trailer was parked alongside the Dickey Farms orchard, and they suspected the driver was stealing peaches. Those two men took it upon themselves to block the truck in so the driver could not leave the scene. So when police arrived, the 54-year-old truck driver, Mark Dingler, was leaning up against the rig next to a pile of peaches. He explained to officers, I pulled over to take a pee break, and I saw some peaches lying on the ground, so I took them. The farmer and the owner of the peaches estimated that he had 10 or 15 pounds of peaches there. He told police they wanted to press charges. Although he did later admit, almost understandingly, they were some pretty peaches. So I don't know what he's facing. He's charges of theft by taking. There you go. Yeah, I guess even if they're laying on the ground, you ain't allowed to take them, huh? Somebody else's peaches. All right, with that, we'll get our quick news break in here and come back with more on a Monday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
As several areas across the country see rises in the number of new COVID cases, Florida is seeing one of the worst surges. The state's Department of Health says there are more than 10,200 COVID patients in Florida hospitals as of Sunday, setting a new record. The state also recorded its highest number of daily new COVID-19 cases since the beginning of the pandemic last week, with more than 21,600. And the head of a military junta in Myanmar has declared himself prime minister, promising new elections in the country in 2023. Senior General Min Aung Hlaing extended a state of emergency in the country for 2 more years before those elections will be held. The announcement coming 6 months after the military coup that overthrew Myanmar's democratically elected government. That was followed by weeks of protests that saw military forces kill nearly 1,000 protesters and arrest another 7,000. The military claimed that the February elections were tainted by widespread fraud. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? going through a divorce. Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Send me another link here. I was talking earlier about the infrastructure bill and like anything any bill that goes through in DC these days. I mean, everybody and a brother wants to get a piece of the pie, and it's called pork. The $715 billion infrastructure bill that passed in the House earlier this month and includes a $6,550,000 earmark aimed at stopping people from committing suicide by jumping from the Golden Gate Bridge, which is in Nancy Pelosi's congressional district. Section 107 of the bill is entitled Member Designated Project Authorizations. It says the amount listed for each member designated project in the table shall be available for fiscal year 2022 to carry out each project. The 140th project listed in that section is called the Golden Gate Bridge Physical Suicide Deterrent System. Again, over $6.5 million. The Golden Gate Bridge Highway and Transportation District is in the process of constructing a suicide deterrent net system that deters suicides at the bridge by placing a physical barrier between a person and the water below. This would be marine-grade stainless steel netting attached to structural steel. The net supports placed 20 feet below the sidewalks and extending out 20 feet over the water. So if you jump, you're going to land on the net, right? While the contractor has not provided a firm final date for delivery of the project, it's probably going to be about 2 years behind schedule. Completion was originally scheduled for this year, January. Probably not going to be till 2023. As of 2019, an estimated 1,700 people had committed suicide by jumping from the Golden Gate Bridge. All right, construction of the bridge was completed in 1937, so yeah, rather interesting. But let's get back to the calls here. Would that be, I'm not sure, would that be Gilligan or?
Gilligan? Oh, no, now you don't call me another name. What am I doing with you?
Well, normally when it's Gilligan, it says something weird, and that's what it is. There's a cat automotive we got to talk about. That's what are you talking about?
I said, it's a Carolina monkey gouger, and I'm going to talk about something to talk about. And I reckon your machine got confused. I don't know.
There's a cat automotive. Okay. What's going on, Monkey Gouger?
How about that?
Yeah, how was your weekend?
Hey, well, we worked. I did learn something though, Steve. I learned how to download them podcasts. And I've listened to a bunch of them, coming home. Man, them things are great to listen to at night. It's just like you sit there and listen to you talk on the radio. Well, I made the miles last night, but I got to get that picture where you busting you a move out yonder in the parking lot. I said, oh Lord. Steve, the dancing machine.
Yeah, right. I'll admit I looked kind of goofy out there.
Well, Steve, I was gonna call back in Friday morning, but hell, them lines got jammed up. At the big end, drank that green Kool-Aid and had everybody in an uproar. So I just give up and went to bed. But I did get to hear your Uncle Forrest, and I think it'll be mandatory. Uncle Forrest calls to talk to the truckers one time a week.
There you go.
I really enjoyed that phone call.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it.
After all these years, finally got him. I mean, he did just retire this year. I mean, man's been working, throughout the day, so he wasn't up late night kind of guy. And I guess now he said, being retired, he can stay up later than he used to.
Yeah, and he call about once a he called many times he wants to. I just really enjoyed that phone call, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
He was very, very interesting to listen to, very knowledgeable. I loved to hear him talking about when he was hauling records and all that. But Steve, there was two things really I called in tonight. and I know we don't like to rehash, but Knucklebuster called in sometime last week and was talking about he thought that, he had the COVID-19 back in, November 19th, December of 2019.
Mm-hmm.
And Steve, that's when I got sick with the COVID when we was out yonder in Las Vegas. And I got to think, I was listening what Knucklebuster was saying, and the doctor diagnosed me with the same thing: double bronchitis, pneumonia, and all this stuff. But moving ahead of like a month or two, when my doctor got back in the office and got me in there and found out I had the antibodies for it and everything. But the weird thing about all this, Debbie ain't had a sniffle one through none of this. And they was, the doctor, he said, I'd like to take some of your blood and look at your blood. I said, what did you do different than Jimmy did? And said, well, I take the flu shot, I take the pneumonia shot, and then I take the shingle shot. And she took all them a month prior to us going to Vegas in 2019. And he said, that's very interesting. He said, that's very, very interesting. Well, she went and got the shot, and she's been on me every day. And I tell her, I'm not taking the damn thing. I said, the people that taking is coming down with us, so, I'm not going to take it. That's that. But, it's just weird that I come down with it. And when we was out there in Vegas, and they, them Asian people was all over Vegas spreading it right then. It was back in this country back in November, December 2019.
Mm-hmm.
And the doctor's still scratching his head, can't figure out why that this last episode I had with that upper respiratory infection, she never got a sniffle out of it. So, that was, I just want to tell Knucklebuster, yeah, you probably tangled with it back in 2019, just like I did. But, the other thing is, I got home this morning about 4 o'clock, walked in the house, and I got 4 grandchildren that's in every bed, on the couch, one of them piled up in the bed with Debbie, because I was just going to surprise them. So I just went back out there to the truck, cranked it back up, turned the air conditioner on, went to sleep. Well, about 8 or 9 o'clock, the littlest one, Harlan, the wild child, she comes out there, climbs in the truck, gets back there in the sleeper, and takes her little fingers and trying to pry my eye open. And I woke up, and it startled me, and what are you doing? She said, hey, you need to get up, come play with me. I said, me and Mom said, come in the house. I said, all right, I'm coming in the house. So anyway, I had found out I was going to take a week off to relax and recuperate and after all this hot weather. And I have been the designated babysitter for 4 grandchildren the rest of the week.
Oh.
But, so there we go. So they're going to learn to swamp real good the next 4 or 5 days. But, Steve, while when things kind of calmed down, Debbie said, I didn't want to tell you on the highway and get you all upset. But the bowling league has sent us a notice that if you don't provide your shot record, you can't bowl. I said, hell, that's fine with me. I could care less about bowling. I said, I just done that with me and you'd be together, Well, I sat there a minute. I got to thinking about that thing, and I said, oh, hell no. I ain't gonna let this go. So I called the president of the bowling league, and me and him got to talking, and I said, "Hey, Joe, what's this deal is?" I said, "When you get your medical license to check on somebody's medical credentials?" He said, "Jimmy," he said, "I knew you was gonna be the ones to call and rake me over the coals." And I said, "Well, I ain't raking you over the coals, but I said the governor of South Carolina said that you can't do this." I said that was one of the mandates. He instated, along with some other states, that you can't make a passport a COVID passport. He said, "All right." He said, "This is where the governor of South Carolina no longer becomes involved." I said, "Okay, let me hear your side of it." He said, "We bowl out there at Shaw Air Force Base at that bowling thing out there every Wednesday night." And I said, "Yeah." He said, that's a military federal installation, and that come down to me, and anybody that's not providing the shot record will not get on that Air Force Base." I said, "Well, you just count me out." I said, "Because I'm not providing it, and I don't think I should have to." So now, not only is Walmart and whoever else is trying to shove it down our throat, the damn federal government's coming at us with it now. And I guarantee you, if you delivering on these bases, making deliveries, and you ain't got a shot record, you ain't gonna be making deliveries on there. It's sad, Steve, come to this. We had a bunch of people come over today while we cooked steaks and stuff, and a couple of them was asking, "Did you ever get vaccinated?" And I said, and they said, "All right, yeah." And I said, "Nope," and I ain't. People good vaccinated.
Right.
Okay. I said, I listened to and a participant in an all-night trucking radio show. And I said, the one thing that has stuck in my mind, everybody gets that thing 3 or 4 or 5 months later, they're still hollering about the arm being sore or have a knot in it. I said, Grump talked about it. My son's talked about it. My son still got a sore place on his arm where he took it back 4 or 5 months ago because he said he got tired of him ramming that thing up his nose. And I said, okay. I said, I got one arm. And I said, if anything happened to that arm, I'm out of commission. So you think that I'm going to take a virus, inject it in my body, and we don't know what's going to happen 3, 4, 5 years? And I said, if y'all follow it close, Nick Romney's people out there in Utah, some of his close kin people, took the thing, and all of them died from it. 2 of them was 18-year-old children that was, played football and all that. So I said, that's the reason I'm not going to take it, and I'm going to tell everybody that I have my reasons for not taking it, and that's it. And he kind of scratched his head, looked at me, and he said, well, he said, I can't argue that point. So anyway, that was it with the COVID deal,
Yep.
But the other thing, Steve, is the other night, Steve called. I think his name was Steve. We got a lot of Steves on this there radio show, and I can't keep up with who's who. Was talking about the airport. You remember me telling you that night I got on that plane, they was fast tracking them people through the TSA checkpoint, and they had me over there shaking me down because I had my arm on.
Right, I remember. Yep.
So it's happening, and that was another subject that come up. Why are these illegals getting all this preferential treatment? And the Biden administration is kicking the American people right square in the teeth. And the Democrats are starting to raise hell about it, because 1 or 2 of them in the crowd was devoted Democrats. I'm not allowed to talk politics, but they brought it up, so I just figured I'd just chime in with them.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, Steve, the other night when I called in, I wasn't on my headset, and I know I sound a little down, but I'm worried as hell about what's going on in this country. It's scaring the daylights out of me. And, you know, what are we supposed to do? I mean, what action do we take? Who do we turn to find out what to do? You know, I mean, they keep saying, wait to the 2022 election. Well, they done fix one damn election. What makes you think they're going to fix another one, right?
I had someone suggest to me that this is their opinion. They think that this whole resurgence in the virus and the mask mandates, that they're working their way up to where we're going to have to, again, have mail-in ballots in 2022 because, the pandemic's back and you can't have all these people, if you're vaccinated or not vaccinated, you're showing up to wait in line at the polls. I hadn't thought of that, but the more I pondered, I said, you might very well be onto something because we know the mail-in ballot thing, there was all kind of fraud with that. I got to get a quick 2-minute timeout here, don't I? Yeah, we'll take care of that and come back. Speaking of fraud, there was, I think, an update over the weekend out of Wisconsin, I think it was. Emails have surfaced about they were joking about a dump of ballots that came in those early morning hours on election night. I'll pull that up. I know I have it printed up over here. But we'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Here's a story from Gateway Pundit over the weekend. In the early hours of November 4th in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, a batch of 143,379 ballots, all for Joe Biden, were dropped. We've unearthed an email that shows the culprits behind the drop were laughing about it. We all know how many states dropped huge numbers of ballots in those early morning hours. America woke up to see the results of massive fraud in multiple swing states. In Wisconsin, it was over 140,000 ballots for Joe Biden dropped in Milwaukee that gave Biden the lead. We've referred to this as the drop and roll. We've uncovered an email from Claire Woodall-Vaugh, the executive director for elections in Milwaukee. In the email, the sender, a guy by the name of Ryan Chu from the election group, says, "Damn, Claire, you have a flair for drama, delivering just the margin needed at 3 a.m. I bet you had those votes counted at midnight and just wanted to keep the world waiting." Ms. Claire is the executive director of the Election Commission of the city of Milwaukee. We reported that Claire Woodall-Vaugh was working alone late at night with the voting machines in Milwaukee. Her actions then were suspect. Now they're borderline criminal. Claire's friend, Mr. Chu, is from the elections group. This group is connected to George Soros and Jennifer Morell. The elections group was also present during the steal in Georgia, and Morell was one of the observers selected by Katie Hobbs in Arizona to review the Senate's election audit in Maricopa County. This whole thing across the country was a mess. I said, what kind of people would steal the election and then make jokes about it? I guess the question is, first of all, how do you have 140,000 plus ballots, all for one individual set aside? Is that possible? As you're counting, you're putting Biden votes aside just so you can dump them later? I don't really understand. There was a chain of emails. First of all, Ryan Chu from the elections group had sent an email to Woodall-Vaugh Claire, which simply said, "A republic if you can keep it." A quote from Benjamin Franklin. "Winners always believe they won fairly. The aim of an election official is that losers recognize they lost fairly." After that is the email that he sends to Claire. "Damn, Claire, you have a flair for drama, delivering just the margin needed at 3 a.m. Bet you had those votes counted at midnight. You just wanted to keep the world waiting." She responded to that, "LOL, I just wanted to wait to say I'd been awake for a full 24 hours. There's the actual copies of the emails that they have unearthed, as they say, but I don't know. All right, welcome back, Monkey Gouger.
Steve, talk going back to where we was at. I just passed a place over here on 95, and I'm not going to call nobody's name because I don't want us to get implicated in no lawsuit. Everybody knows what's over here on 95 right here in North Carolina, South Carolina border. And that guy, he's dead now, but he was one of the richest men in South Carolina. And he was always middling in politics. And they zapped him one time for messing with the governor. He got a governor race. They zapped him for that. And then he got into the sheriff's election down there, and they caught him for that, for passing money out for people to go vote. He rented a big old Greyhound bus and was hauling people to the voting deal, and he got 3 or 4 years jail in that deal. Now, why isn't George Soros, Mark Zuckerberg, and all them up there in prison blues for interfering with a federal election? Can you explain that to me?
That I could not. Because, well, when you ask questions like that, they all say that is, it's just a bunch of conspiracy theories. George Soros ain't got nothing to do with anything. So what they tell us.
Well, I mean, they tied to Black Lives Matter, Antifa, everything else. And I mean, you look at the countries that won't even let him back in their country. England he's not even allowed to go to England or the UK over there. A couple more of them. Jerusalem wants to lock his ass up whole time for war crimes. So why don't they just hand him over and bam, we're done with that vagabond. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I mean, Steve, I'm concerned. I mean, I'm real concerned about what's going on. And you hit the nail right on the head, talking about, they're going to have to go back to them mail-in ballots again. That's the reason they're fighting Georgia and a couple more of these states that changed, because we're going to go back to 2020 right over again if they get the damn way. And the only way that we're going to put a stop to it is all of us stand up. But the other thing I wanted to tell you about was, and then I'm off of here. I know it's slow, but somebody else probably wants to get in here. You mentioned the name of a congressman that sided with that Marjorie Taylor Greene out of Georgia. You mentioned Ralph Norman. Ralph Norman is a very, very good friend of mine. He's one of the hardest working congressmen I've ever seen in my life. Him and Jim Jordan and all of them, they all, they're in that Freedom Caucus together, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the interesting thing about Ralph, I think there's like 435 representatives. I'm not sure about the number what's up there. But anyway, through the whole pandemic, Ralph Norman's office was the only one that stayed open to help the people of South Carolina. He kept his staff there. Of course, they masked up, and you go up there, and they would ask you to use hand sanitizer to take the precautions to save him. But the thing about it is, he wasn't scared, and he fought. And he's fighting right now for the people of South Carolina. I just can't say enough about this man. We need more of them like him, Jim Jordan, Marjorie Taylor Greene, that Massey guy. I could name a couple more of them that are champions and getting the job done. And I mean, Jim Jordan up there, I don't know if he's your representative. He's your representative, isn't he?
He's Ohio, but he's north. He's up like northern Ohio.
Right. I mean, those guys, I can't say enough about, they talk about corrupt and all that, but them guys right there, they fighting for us. They need a little help. Just, those who don't just pick up the phone and say, hey, we support you,
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, Steve, that's all I got to say tonight. Appreciate you taking my phone call, and Uncle Forrest, really enjoyed your phone call. Just jump in here anytime you can, man, because we really enjoyed hearing from you.
Thank you much, Monkey Gouger. Have a great morning. And, okay, get our news update here. It is 844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
As several areas across the country see rises in the number of new COVID cases, Florida is seeing one of the worst surges. The state's Department of Health says there are more than 10,200 COVID patients in Florida hospitals as of Sunday, setting a new record. The state also recorded its highest number of daily new COVID-19 cases since the beginning of the pandemic last week, with more than 21,600. And the head of a military junta in Myanmar has declared himself prime minister, promising new elections in the country in 2023. Senior General Min Aung Hlaing extended a state of emergency in the country for 2 more years before those elections will be held. The announcement coming 6 months after the military coup that overthrew Myanmar's democratically elected government. That was followed by weeks of protests that saw military forces kill nearly 1,000 protesters and arrest another 7,000. The military claimed that the February elections were tainted by widespread fraud. This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better, or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special, and the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
As the Senate begins debate over a $1.2 trillion infrastructure package, many on Capitol Hill have emphasized the need to pass that legislation. The bill includes $550 billion in new spending over 8 years and focuses on roads, bridges, water systems, utilities, and broadband expansion. Congressman John Katko says many of these proposals are long overdue. The New York Republican tells Fox News that the detractors of the bill should think of the benefits the package will bring.
When you have the number of senators that are working together on the bill, I think that's a very, very good sign. It's a bill that, a lot of it came from the Problem Solvers Caucus, and I chaired the subcommittee that helped write the guts of this bill, the contours of this bill. So I'm very excited for it, and I think it's really important. And for the detractors out there who want perfection and want everything, I think they should think about the people in Flint, Michigan, who might just get a better water system now, or the person who's scrimping together enough money to try and make ends meet, driving on tattered roads that destroys their cars.
This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
More cases of a condition known as Havana Syndrome have been reported among U.S. diplomats working in Vienna. Victims of the mysterious illness report a variety of symptoms, including headaches and head pressure, nausea, and sudden vertigo. The first cases were reported in 2016 in Cuba, with more in the last few years from places all over the globe. Senator Susan Collins has led efforts to find answers on the cause of these illnesses. The Maine Republican tells CNN that she's also part of a group trying to get a law passed to get treatment and assistance to those suffering from the condition.
That's the question that we must get an answer to. And just recently, the director of the CIA has appointed a very well-qualified individual to lead the search for this mysterious direct energy weapon that is causing, in some cases, permanent traumatic brain injuries. I authored a bill with Senators Warner and Rubio that passed the Senate that will provide compensation for these individuals who, believe it or not, initially were having a hard time getting the care that they needed. That is disgraceful. Our bill has passed the Senate unanimously. I'd hoped that the House was going to pass it before going home this week, and that is a great disappointment to me.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Let me see here. We cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. It is a Monday, second day of August. Yep. August is here. Young Rowan playing football. At his first, they call it a scrimmage. So it was, same school, same team, Cardinals. So he plays for the fourth grade team, and they were taking on third graders playing the fourth graders. So the fourth graders were expected to win. They did win. But pretty fun to see the youngsters playing football. His first actual game yesterday. He's pretty excited about it. Let me see here. I got an email from one of our listening friends here over the weekend, Brenda. And I can't remember who she's talking about, so maybe one of you can remember. A few months back, she said you were talking to a lady making deliveries in her Honda CR-V. She used to drive a semi. Said she was making the same salary she used to. I hope you can remember. Yeah, I don't know. Is it Baby Bear she's talking about, maybe? Down in Georgia? Would you please find out what the product is she delivers? She mentioned that she had to get her CR-V inspected every year. I, myself, am getting tired of driving a big semi, but I still like driving. If you remember her, can you please contact me back? Thanks for all you do for the truck drivers out here. All right, so I've got Brenda's email address. Maybe it is Baby Bear. All right, let me get back to the calls here. Hello, Philip. I kind of suspected we'd hear from you about this hour.
Yeah. I called in a little earlier there. I listened to Monkey Gouger there for a little bit, man. He was on top of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. First off, I'm gonna kind of make this kind of short because I don't want to talk a lot about it because I'm kind of fed up with the vaccine stuff myself. But as far as Disney goes, Steve, did you read the press release from Disney?
That I did not. I just saw the headline, the story about Disney at Walmart. Did not see the press release.
Okay, well, I'm going to start on Disney first because I have the pleasure of working for both of these outfits, and I've read the press releases and I know what I've seen and all that kind of junk. But anyway, first off, let's start with Disney. Okay, Disney, if you read the press release, it says they're going to go for salaried and non-union hourly employees.
Okay.
And any new hires. Okay. Well, there's 26 unions that staff this property down here at Walt Disney World. Okay, I'm a member of one of those unions. Now, as far as Walmart goes, with their press release, they said they were going to have all their management, all their corporate, and they were going to encourage, now let me use the word encourage, their frontline staff to get vaccinated. Okay, with that said, Steve, as far as Disney goes, it's in the hands of the union, whether they can mandate we take it or not.
Okay.
Okay? Now, as far as Walmart goes, Walmart is encouraging us. That means they're not going to make us do it. Okay, now here's something else I want to throw into everybody's head about major corporations right now. Major corporations are, ever since the vaccine has become out to where people can get it, have put compensation in to getting the vaccine. So you know what I'm talking about, Steve? So picture this. You work at Walmart. I'm not going to give you the figure, but it's less than $100. And you get the vaccine and you get that money. Now, every time somebody gets that money, their name is taken off a list. Correct, Steve? Am I right for saying this?
I would imagine.
Okay. Yep. Okay, so let's carry on with Disney now. With the vaccine came out with Disney, just like Walmart, we're going to compensate folks for getting the vaccine. I'm not going to give a figure because I can't do that, but we're going to give you this amount of money for getting the vaccine. Your name is taken off the list. Right, Steve?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what happens to the people's names that are left on the list, Steve?
I guess there's a paper trail to know who hasn't
Take
been
the
vaccinated, right?
That's right. Now let me ask you this, Steve. We all know about George Floyd, am I correct? We all know about the situation with George Floyd and what happened with George Floyd, right?
Absolutely.
All right, we all know that a lot of major corporations, and you talked about it on your show, and a lot of Hannity and everybody has talked about it. Coca-Cola has been involved with it. Disney's been involved with it. Walmart's been involved with it. A lot of companies have been involved with it. We've got to be inclusive. Have you heard that term before?
Oh,
Steve?
that's everybody. Yeah, inclusive. Yep.
Okay, now, when that term came out, that came out due to racism, sexual orientation, and all that stuff. But there's one thing that they forgot about when that came out. When that came out, it also came out providing to medical records. Like everybody says, well, you can't use a HIPAA law. This is HIPAA law. No, you do not have the right to come up to me and ask me if I've been vaccinated or not. If you do, we could pursue legal aspects, if you know what I mean, Steve. So I think that the administration has got themselves backed into a kind of a wall because there's a lot of people that work for these major outfits who are not vaccinated who has the choice of saying, hey, you're not even supposed to ask me if I'm vaccinated, and could pursue it legally against the company. And I don't really think they want to do that, if you know what I'm saying, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
You understand that?
Absolutely.
And I think that's what's going on with it. Am I vaccinated or not? I'm not going to comment on that. That's nobody's business but me. Okay? But I will say this about Florida. I find it funny that everything is coming to fruition down here a little bit more than it is in the other states. But if you look at what's going on and you pay attention to our tourism industry, we have suffered majorly down here. We've lost billions of dollars with our tourism down here. That's what provides us the money down here that we make. I mean, you can ask Gouger, you can ask Moose, you can ask any of these guys that are owner operators, and they pull the boards, and I know they pull those broker boards every day. How many loads are coming out of Florida? How many loads are coming into Florida?
Mm-hmm.
They'll tell you I can haul loads down here all day long, but I'm going to have to deadhead and backhaul back, or not catch it back off.
Yep.
Okay, so there's a reason why Florida is the way it is. When you have as many people as we've had come down in the last 6 months, and I know I've seen them every day at work, and I see them, okay, especially when they said, oh, you guys don't need your mask on, only need your mask on when you ride inside a vehicle. And you start putting those people close together, Steve, what's going to happen? You know what I mean? I mean, it's that way of thing. When you deal with the amount of volume of people that we deal with down here in Florida, it's going to happen. But I do find it funny that they're dramatizing a lot more on the press because of who's our governor, Steve?
DeSantis, yeah.
Who's been in the limelight a lot with us getting back to work? Who's been in the limelight trying to keep from a lot of things happening? Mr. DeSantis.
Who's been bucking the system when it comes to the federal guidance and regulations and recommendations from the CDC and National Institutes of Health. You know, that horrible Ron DeSantis keeps bucking the system.
All right, well, think of it this way. Who was the guy that got into a tiz with the cruise industry? The cruise industry, if you did, you wouldn't want to get them in a tiz because how much money do you think they generate for the state of Florida? But who challenged them? Who was the guy that challenged the cruise industry? And by the way, I think it was Carnival Cruise, the Mardi Gras. I believe that left either yesterday or the day before on its
over the weekend.
First maiden voyage.
Sure did.
Yep. And that was the first pay increase for that boat. So that's all I got to say, Steve. I mean, I'm getting kind of tired of the vaccine thing. I've been hearing it. And, you know, a lot of people don't know the real deal with what's going on with a lot of these big companies. And I'm not going to say a lot of stuff about what's going on with Disney because, like I said, I'm in a union and I'm supposed to have union representation that's backing me up on anything that's my decision. But you know what? If it's a desecration of parliamentary procedure or anything like that, that could be detrimental to my union. And if there's enough of us around here that feel that way, I'm pretty sure that we could pursue it legally and get rid of that union. So they can get paid. I mean, I pay my dues every week, Steve. I'm not going to tell anybody what I pay, but you know, they make damn sure they get their money out of that. And by the way, folks, to give you a little back interest secret, when I was sitting at home on furlough, and even when I was sitting at home there, I was not paying my union dues. So guess who else got held out on money with the pandemic? So I want to make that really clear. They didn't get their money during the furlough. I wasn't making no money. They don't make no money. And that was the way it was. So that's all I got to say tonight, Steve. I appreciate your time. And I'm not going to, if it starts talking about vaccine, I'm not going to really talk about it no more. I hope you don't mind that. You have a good night, bud.
Fine and dandy. Yep, there's plenty of other stuff going on, right? All right, we'll get a quick 2-minute time out here, and we'll come back with more of your calls at 844-844-3388.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
One industry headline last week that truck manufacturer PACCAR Incorporated is sold out of Peterbilt, Kenworth, and DAF trucks around the world and has more than a third of the backlog of the industry's unbuilt orders. According to the financial results released last week, the Bellevue, Washington-based heavy and medium-duty truck manufacturer beat top and bottom line financial estimates and set several quarterly records along the way. Company delivered 40,100 units globally among its 3 brands. U.S. retail share combined for Peterbilt and Kenworth was 24.9%, second only to the market leader Daimler Trucks North America. PACCAR said they took in 42% of the industry's orders for new trucks in the first half of the year, and it is responsible for 36% of the backlog of unbuilt trucks industry-wide for the 3 months that ended June the 30th. The recovery from the pandemic-impacted quarter a year ago had challenges, though. PACCAR is holding 6,500 red-tagged, unfinished trucks because they can't get semiconductors due to the chip shortage. There's a lot of uncertainty around the supply base. Deliveries in the third quarter and beyond will depend on the ability of the supply base to deliver, especially when it comes to the semiconductors. Well, that's PACCAR's president and chief financial officer. The CEO, Preston Freight, says customers are looking for trucks as quick as they can get them. We're building them as quick as we can as we get the components, which it is unclear in the semiconductor front. We complete the trucks and get them to our customers. PACCAR assembled and held 3,000 trucks for semiconductors in the first quarter, eventually finishing them and booking the revenue in the most recent quarter, the second quarter. Right now, though, it's sitting on 6,500 red-tagged trucks waiting for semiconductors. All right, welcome back, Chevy Guy.
Yeah, just a little bit of a story about fighting over parking places. This goes back a while, and with me, it was I was driving for J-Mark Transportation, and they would buy their fuel, I guess, at Pilot, and that was, so by the end of the year, they were forcing all their trucks into the Pilots, so they had consumed what they bought, I guess. Well, I went in to this place in Connecticut. I'm standing there paying for my fuel. About that time, this old boy comes walking around with his big drink and his food. And I guess he had parked on the fuel island, and there was no place to park. So, he paid for his fuel, went run back and got, something to eat or use the restroom, whatever. Lord, this old boy come up and sees this guy, I believe it was J.B. Hunt, and he just started wailing and wailing and wailing on him. Well, come to find out, that was the wrong driver. It wasn't his truck.
Oh, man.
Next thing, Connecticut State Trooper, man. I'm telling you, by the time I got mine paid for, got back there and, I got my cup of coffee and was heading out on the fuel line. There was this Connecticut State Trooper. I mean, he barely could fit into his uniform. Big old boy. I don't think he wanted to try to wail on this old boy. But, yeah. And another time in Wichita, Kansas, I think it was the first time I finally said something. I'm sitting in there paying for my fuel. 2 truckers out there fighting because when it was a small Pilot, and he was there when I got there. The guy pulled in to get fuel, was still sitting there when I got there, got my fuel. Just so happens I was able to pull up. Well, they're out there fighting on each other. The girls at the fuel desk, they were saying, them fools are fighting over them trucks. I said, listen, they ain't fools. They're all men that are under pressure to get this freight hauled, and you guys ain't providing any room for us to after we get fuel to pull our trucks out of the way. I said, there's no parking place in there. There's people parked in front of other parked trucks. I said, you have no call and to be that disrespectful to your customers, to laugh at us like that. I said, we're all under pressure to get the job done, and then we're forced to come here by our companies to buy your stuff, and then you go stand there and laugh at us. I think I was back in the 1990s. I think I was finally getting to the point where, I wasn't so, sit back and let it happen, I was starting to get where I'm getting a little bit mouthy with people. I did it in a respectful way. And, let's put it this way. They quit laughing. And I've seen it time and time again. I've seen all kinds of fights over the spaces. And I got to admit, I enjoy the fact now, I've got a place to park. At the end of the day, it's called my front yard. If I didn't, I just know all kinds of places in these back roads running this state here. I could go up a dirt road, hide for if I had to. So, but I really feel for the guys I have no clue what they're going through now. But I can tell you this, if I decide to stop and get something, these pilots or whatever, TAs, well, not TAs, whenever I pull in Petros to maybe get something for a CB or, I'll pull through the fuel island because there's no place to park. They got people parked all over the place. So it's not getting any better. I heard the story earlier where you got people that's actually dealing with it. I'm glad to hear that. This is an amazing industry, but it's been long felt that, especially when you run the Northeast, it's been long felt that, we want your stuff, we just don't want you here. And I guess that's never going to change. But at the same time, them parking lots, it was unsaid, is what did these drivers leave behind? Bottles with, apple juice in them that didn't actually have apple juice in them. So we seem to wear out our welcome sometimes. Other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail. I've enjoyed monkey gouger, knuckle dragger there, and horse feathers. So it's good to be out here with people, and you yourself. It's good to be out here with good people. Other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the rest of the night.
All right, stop fighting over parking spaces. And we get a news break here. Back in a moment, Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
As several areas across the country see rises in the number of new COVID cases, Florida is seeing one of the worst surges. The state's Department of Health says there are more than 10,200 COVID patients in Florida hospitals as of Sunday, setting a new record. The state also recorded its highest number of daily new COVID-19 cases since the beginning of the pandemic last week, with more than 21,600. And the head of a military junta in Myanmar has declared himself prime minister, promising new elections in the country in 2023. Senior General Min Aung Hlaing extended a state of emergency in the country for 2 more years before those elections will be held. The announcement coming 6 months after the military coup that overthrew Myanmar's democratically elected government. That was followed by weeks of protests that saw military forces kill nearly 1,000 protesters and arrest another 7,000. The military claimed that the February elections were tainted by widespread fraud. This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell's My Pillow, My Slippers make my feet feel better than they have in about 20 years. My Pillow proprietary foam, memory foam, patented impact gel, indoor-outdoor soles. You won't want to take them off, or Mike Lindell will give you your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and save 40% using my promo code USA.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. That's 800-610-5739. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Well, it's definitely not a new problem. It's been ongoing for some time now, but apparently it's getting worse with each passing day. The pandemic, coupled with record sales of firearms, has fueled a shortage of ammunition in this country that is now impacting law enforcement agencies, they tell us. People seeking personal protection, recreational shooters, hunters, and could deny new gun owners the practice they need to handle their weapons safely. Manufacturers say they're producing as much ammunition as they can, but many gun store shelves are empty, and prices keep rising. Imports are way up, but at least one U.S. manufacturer is exporting ammo, all while the pandemic, social unrest, and a rise in violent crime have prompted millions of people to buy guns for protection or take up shooting for sport. We've got a number of firearms instructors who have canceled their registration to courses because they're short on ammo or they're unable to find ammo to purchase. According to the National Law Enforcement Firearms Instructors Association, a firearms instructor at the Washington State Criminal Justice Training Commission, which is the police academy for the state, said the academy is having trouble obtaining ammo. A few months ago, we were at a point where our shelves were nearly empty of 9mm ammo. In response, instructors took conversation, steps like reducing the number of shots fired per drill. That got us through several months until fresh supplies arrived. Spokesperson for the Las Vegas Metro Police Department said his department is being affected by the shortage. We've made efforts to conserve ammunition when possible. According to the National Shooting Sports Foundation, more than 50 million people participate in shooting sports in this country. It estimates that 20 million guns were sold just last year. 8 million of those were first-time buyers. When you talk about all these people buying guns, it really has an impact on people buying ammunition. If you look at 8.4 million gun buyers, and they all want to buy one box with 50 rounds, that's 420 million rounds. And the sales numbers continue to go up. Like I said, it's not a new problem, but boy, to the point where it's actually even affecting law enforcement agencies around the country. Says the U.S. military, that's what I was kind of wondering next. The U.S. military not affected by the shortage because the Army produces ammunition for all branches of the military at 6 locations across the country. All right, the U.S. shooting team, which actually won 4 medals at the Tokyo Games, also had the ammo they needed to train, thanks to a commitment from sponsors, but membership and junior programs have been struggling. Let me get right back up here to the phones here. Yes, Knucklebuster.
Good morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. This is the Sheriff's Department Fraud Division. I don't see anybody getting charged for fraud except for Trump supporters. Shoot, I don't know. They ain't going to do nothing to her, or whoever she was or he was up there in Wisconsin.
Yeah, the email thing, dropping the ballots.
Yep, absolutely there. Talking about all that ammo shortage, you don't need to waste a bunch of ammo, Steve. Just one shot, one hit, right? And that's all that matters.
All right, yeah.
If you got ammo, they say if they find somebody dead that's got 3 bullet holes in them and they're all within the size of a quarter, it was a woman. So I don't know how they determined all that, but them women pretty deadly. They point just like they pointing their finger there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to be less wide. I just can't get it to wash off first. So you got to take a shower every day, but it still ain't that white ain't coming off of there, you know. And monkey gouger, I had originally said that February of 2019, but then I called Steve back and corrected, said it was February of 2020. My memory is fine, just my recall. So yours is the same way, Steve. I'm the one that called in and told you about the restaurants down there in Panama Beach and Pensacola and Orange Beach, Alabama. All of them, they were not all of them, but some of them were closed up. No dining in. You could do carry out. All the fast foods were carry out. So, and I appreciate all that good weather you gave me down there for my vacation there. And if I lived in San Francisco, Steve, and I had Nancy as a representative, I'd consider jumping too. But I got a suggestion for them. They can take that $6.5 million and rent them folks out there in San Francisco some U-Hauls so they can move. And that'll be a lot better than jumping off that bridge, because when you hit that water, that's just like hitting straight concrete. They can take all them Peterbilts and just scrap them out, carry them to the junkyard, unless it's a 379. Then I'd take one of them there. I park at the shipper or receiver, and I've got a refrigerator, freezer, microwave, hot plate, coffee pot, hot air fryer, blender. I like making them smoothies, Steve. And my Homo Depot 5-gallon bucket and some cat litter in the truck with me. So I don't have to worry about truck parking. I just go do it and get it over with there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's all my baloney for right now, brother.
Good to have you with us, Knuckle Buster. Thank you much. What do you say, Big Moose? Happy Monday, or is there such a thing?
Oh, afraid to say it, buddy. Hey, I just wanted to chime in on this mail-in ballot. I heard a pretty good thing on the radio earlier today. Said that anybody that trusts the mail-in ballot system, take about $2,500 in cash, put it in an envelope with a return self-addressed stamped envelope, send it to your local voting office with the instructions that they need to mail it back to you immediately, and just see how well we can trust these mail-in ballots.
Okay, that's a good analogy.
How many people you think gonna be stuffing them envelopes full of cash and sending them off to their local ballot counter, huh? I don't think nobody's got that much faith in the system. But now, listening to Philip there, he called me the other day, was telling me about all that nonsense that Mickey's gang's putting on them down there, and I tell you, don't sound good. They when these companies start strong arming you, you know the government's behind it, and like I said, from day one. And just so nobody gets butthurt again, I'm not trying to discredit anybody who's died from this, because it's obviously a real virus.
Mm-hmm.
But the probability of dying from this does not justify, in my mind, the government railroading this down everybody's throat with an or else attitude. You either take it or else. You know what I mean? I mean, if there were people falling over, 5,000 or 10,000 of them a day, and it was out of control, but that's just not what's happening. That's not what they're purporting, but that's not what's happening, So I don't know. I think it's a racket, and I know what they're after. And like I said, I hope I'm proven wrong, but I don't feel that there's any hope of a quote unquote fair election ever again, because they're going to mix this pot up so bad, and they're bringing these undocumented citizens in here, and they're shuffling around to strategic locations. And I tell you what, I really look forward to happen, since they couldn't provide no proof of their last win. I think they're going to stuff the book so bad that they'll have plenty of proof as it applies to their new rules. Here's the rules and here's the proof that we won this one fair and square. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So, but like I said, last lap around the bowl, I think we're looking nose long down the pipe right now, but ain't nothing you can do about it. So just watch and wait. And with that, I say keep it twixt and spotted and solid. Oh, hey, one more thing.
Yeah.
My number 2 son working for Rumpke down there in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
And he got him a little place over here down there on, what's the name of that? Down there in Norwood. I was down there helping him move there, and there's a little barber shop down there, and you was talking about needing a haircut.
Yeah.
I don't know how far away from Norwood you are, but that is a neat little barber shop. It's called Bill's Place or Bill's Barber Shop or something down at Carthage Avenue. That's
Carthage,
where it is.
yeah, okay.
And if you get a chance, stop in there, man. I mean, that's like stepping back in time. That was like barber shops when I was a kid.
That's kind of like the place I go. That's the little place around the corner from my house. It's Martin's, and got the old barbershop. Well, they've got these old chairs that, I mean, they actually have ashtrays in the armrests from. That's how old they are.
Wow. Yep. That's pretty good. I like a good barber shop. Well, I'll tell you a little barber story here. Why, if you'll permit me.
Mm-hmm.
My barber that I'd been going to for, I don't even remember. He retired and later died. Well, where his barber shop was, this new guy come in there, and he's a young guy, probably 24, 25 years old. And me, I want to support new business best I can, so I go in there, and he had the place, updated, modernized, had some modern doodads on the wall and stuff. But I went in there, told him what I wanted, and he cut my hair. There wasn't no problem with a haircut. He done the hot towel and the straight razor and all that good stuff. And I go to check out. And now, keeping in mind, I've been paying anywhere between $6 and $9 for a haircut for as long as I can remember. This cat hit the total button on his cash register, and it come up $16.50. Now, I'm going to tell you something. I'm all about a good barbershop. I'm all about the barber, the straight razor and the white towels and the white coats and, the old-fashioned. I just like the smell of a good old-fashioned barbershop.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to tell you something. For $16.50, I'm not going to go in there and let his hairy ass climb all over me. I'm going to go down there to the Great Clips where them little hooter honeys is wagging around there and them spandex, leave nothing to the imagination outfits and let them flop them milk melons around in my face for $16.50. I ain't going to go to no damn barbershop and pay $16.50. Just ain't going to happen. So, but anyway, that's all my baloney for the night. I'm going to sit back and copy the mail and keep it sunny side up and all that jazz, and we'll be 10-10 till we do it again. Come on.
Like the milk melons. That's good. All right, we get a quick 2-minute timeout. Back the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Let me see here. Going back through some of the comments last couple of hours, I had, let's see, a Rooster. That is a Rooster checking in from Western Hills over by Walt Sweeney Ford. Good to have you with us, Rooster. Sylvester with us this morning. All is well. I'm listening on the app in the garage and still running the YouTube channel. Okay. Thank you very much, Sylvester. I saw you had did a little hiking in the gorge or whatever this past day. You and the better half. Pappy was able to tune us in here about 90 minutes ago. Just got to join us like 2:30 in the morning. 58 degrees. It's just been one of those nights, running you ragged. Rick, friend with us, he said he had kind of a wild weekend. Had some sort of an allergic reaction to one of the medications he's taken and made my tongue swell up. Scary. Yeah, finally went down, and I'm able to get some sleep. That's a wild one. All right, I guess the Reds have been on a roll, right? Except my Reds are doing pretty good for now. And it is 844-844-3388. Tell you what, Vic, hang in there. We'll get to you out of the top of the hour news break, because we're about 90 seconds away from that news update, that would be. And what else in the mix here? A couple of the other industry headlines is we're going to be rolling into our final hour here on a Monday morning. One person dead and others injured. This is in Arizona after a massive bee swarm. First responders called to the scene about noon last Thursday. A massive open hive believed to have weighed about 100 pounds found in a tree near the scene of the swarm. It's believed that 3 people who were passing by the area were stung more than 100 times, according to the report. They were given medical treatment, and the Northwest Fire District reported one of those victims later died as a result of his injuries. Fire Protection Service reported 3 of their firefighters were also stung while responding. One was stung 60 times and hospitalized. Has since been released. The other 2 did not need medical treatment. That's pretty wild. Remember the killer bees. You don't hear much about those anymore. I remember when they were first coming into the country, the killer bees. I wonder if that might have been one of those sort of deals. Again, normal old honeybees, they're not going to swarm you like that, are they? I'm not sure, to be honest. Yeah, killer bees, though. I remember there were some scary movies back in the late 1970s about the killer bees. It is 844-844-3388. We return with our final hour just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
As several areas across the country see rises in the number of new COVID cases, Florida is seeing one of the worst surges. The state's Department of Health says there are more than 10,200 COVID patients in Florida hospitals as of Sunday, setting a new record. The state also recorded its highest number of daily new COVID-19 cases since the beginning of the pandemic last week, with more than 21,600. And the head of a military junta in Myanmar has declared himself prime minister, promising new elections in the country in 2023. Senior General Min Aung Hlaing extended a state of emergency in the country for 2 more years before those elections will be held. The announcement coming 6 months after the military coup that overthrew Myanmar's democratically elected government. That was followed by weeks of protests that saw military forces kill nearly 1,000 protesters and arrest another 7,000. The military claimed that the February elections were tainted by widespread fraud. This is USA Radio News.
Hello, this is Wayne Alaroot for our newest sponsor, Asset Strategies, or ASI for short. ASI is a precious metals powerhouse. They sell gold and silver. Never in history has there been a more important moment to buy gold and silver. ASI has been in business for 39 years. They've served over 20,000 clients and sold $5 billion worth of gold, silver, and precious metals with zero complaints. Last year, gold saw gains of 25%. Silver nearly doubled gold's performance. Now Democrats are in charge. Green New Deal, open borders, free healthcare for illegals, bailout broke cities and states. The debt is about to go through the stratosphere. The time to buy is now. The owners of ASI, Michael and Rich Chekin, have been my close personal friends for 16 years. ASI is the company I trust when it comes to buying and selling precious metals. Call now to receive a free consultation and a free 1-ounce silver eagle with every qualifying purchase when you mention the Wayne Alaroot Show. Call 800-831-0007. That's 800-831-0007 or visit assetstrategies.com.
As the Senate begins debate over a $1.2 trillion infrastructure package, many on Capitol Hill have emphasized the need to pass that legislation. The bill includes $550 billion in new spending over 8 years and focuses on roads, bridges, water systems, utilities, and broadband expansion. Congressman John Katko says many of these proposals are long overdue. The New York Republican tells Fox News that the detractors of the bill should think of the benefits the package will bring.
When you have the number of senators that are working together on the bill, I think that's a very, very good sign. It's a bill that, a lot of it came from the Problem Solvers Caucus, and I chaired the subcommittee that helped write the guts of this bill, the contours of this bill. So I'm very excited for it, and I think it's really important. And for the detractors out there who want perfection and want everything, I think they should think about the people in Flint, Michigan, who might just get a better water system now, or the person who's scraping together enough money to try and make ends meet, driving on tattered roads that destroys their cars.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
More cases of a condition known as Havana Syndrome have been reported among U.S. diplomats working in Vienna. Victims of the mysterious illness report a variety of symptoms, including headaches and head pressure, nausea, and sudden vertigo. The first cases were reported in 2016 in Cuba, with more in the last few years from places all over the globe. Senator Susan Collins has led efforts to find answers on the cause of these illnesses. The Maine Republican tells CNN that she's also part of a group trying to get a law passed to get treatment and assistance to those suffering from the condition.
That's the question that we must get an answer to. And just recently, the director of the CIA has appointed a very well-qualified individual to lead the search for this mysterious direct energy weapon that is causing, in some cases, permanent traumatic brain injuries. I authored a bill with Senators Warner and Rubio that passed the Senate that will provide compensation for these individuals who, believe it or not, initially were having a hard time getting the care that they needed. That is disgraceful. Our bill has passed the Senate unanimously. I'd hoped that the House was going to pass it before going home this week, and that is a great disappointment to me.
And for USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
I want you to think back, 2018, 2019, under the Donald Trump presidency in the days, those 4 years of Donald Trump's presidency. How many times did we hear elected representatives, House members, Senate members in the Democrat Party, talking about confronting the Trump supporters, get in their face, don't let them die in peace, all those kind of things. It was a non-stop assault on conservatives, was it not? So now you've got Kevin McCarthy, who essentially made a joke. And this is where it goes. Republican leader Kevin McCarthy facing calls to step down after he joked about having to restrain himself from hitting Nancy Pelosi over the head with the gavel if Republicans take back the House next year. He was given an oversized gavel, big gavel, adorned with the words "Fire Pelosi" on it. It was given to him by members of Tennessee's Republican congressional delegation during a dinner over the weekend in Nashville. Now, he was rather bullish about the prospects of regaining control of the House and him becoming Speaker, inviting the attendees of the dinner to come to the Capitol to witness Pelosi turning over the Speaker's gavel to him. He said, quote, "It'll be hard not to hit her with it, but I'll bang it down." It's a joke. What was it? All those, the years ago when Pelosi actually had to turn the gavel over to John Boehner. Remember that? Yeah, I remember some of the memes, the videos where it's pretty funny. She hands it to Boehner and then he whacks her over the head with it. That's all he said. It'll be hard not to hit her with it, but here come the comments from the Democrats, all coming out of the woodwork. "Oh, that's deplorable." Representative Swalwell of California said, "McCarthy must go. America's suffered enough violence around politics. McCarthy is now a would-be assailant of Speaker Pelosi." He needs to go. He's an assailant. Ted Lieu of California called on McCarthy to apologize or step down. "Dear Republican leader McCarthy, don't you think America's had enough political violence? You should never be encouraging or threatening or joking about causing violence to anyone, including the Speaker of the House. You need to apologize or resign." McCarthy and Pelosi were actually engaged in a war of words last week. McCarthy called out his Democrat counterpart's hypocrisy for not wearing a mask in the House after she had renewed the mask mandate with the surge in cases. Earlier in the week, Pelosi called McCarthy a moron. for arguing that the mask rule was unscientific. Pelosi spokesman Drew Hamill lashing out at McCarthy over his use of language, but stopped short of demanding he resign. A threat of violence to someone who was a target of the January 6th assassination attempt from your fellow Trump supporters is irresponsible and disgusting. So now it was not an assault on the Capitol. It was an assassination attempt, huh? We took it up a notch. I guess they were actually going to hang Nancy Pelosi from the highest rail if they got to her that day, right? No response from McCarthy's office. I mean, does it even warrant a response? But can't even tell a joke, right? He's got to go. All right, thanks for hanging in there, Vic. What's happening this morning?
Okay, just more hypocrisy and more hypocrisy.
Yep.
And that's even like this January 6th commission. I understand there are 3 ongoing federal investigations that I guess Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to wait on, or she wants to make sure she can control them. And those federal investigations should use intelligence to determine who really started the riot and how it was aided and abetted and the whole 9 yards. But before I get off in the weeds on that, I have to ask you about your grandson. I guess he was playing touch football where they have the little streamers on it and they have to grab one of the streamers and all that.
No, they're playing the real deal, tackle football.
Oh, okay. Okay, I didn't realize he was that old. Yeah, somewhere in through there, they switched from the streamers and the touch football to the, head-to-head combat, so to speak. But, yeah, I wondered when you were going to get started with all that with your grandkids there, the baseball and the football and all that good stuff. It's kind of interesting to watch those little kids. They get so serious about it. They act like they're going to the World Series or the Super Bowl. They really take it to heart. It's interesting to watch. But anyway, on more unpleasant subjects, you were talking about the infrastructure and the computer chip shortage. I believe that in that infrastructure bill, if you look through it, you'll find funding to pay the chip manufacturers that went to China money to come back to the United States. That was in there 2 or 3 months ago. I don't know if it's still there or not. But anyway, that's just some of the nonsense that's going on in that infrastructure bill, while they're totally ignoring the fact that you can't just hide a 18-wheeler somewhere with cargo and not making provisions for parking. Years ago, they tried to make industrial parks put parking in there, and everybody, like you were talking about the NIMBY crowd, they objected to people parking where they deliver or have delivered. So anyway, that whole infrastructure bill is just another government boondoggle. But what I really was calling up about was you were talking about this COVID outbreak in Florida and DeSantis. You remember that Florida was getting so many of those undocumented, whatever they call them, but in legal terms, they're illegal entrants if you look in the U.S. code. And they were going to Florida, so DeSantis decided to send the Florida National Guard over to help Texas. You remember that? Mm-hmm. I guess yes. They're over there now.
Yeah, sure enough.
And the important part about you still there, Steve?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of states that have sent, mostly Republican states, that have sent assistance down to the border.
Right. And the important part about, a lot of people don't realize it, but your state National Guard does have the authority, arrest authority, for state laws, not for federal laws, but for state laws. And if they invite another state in, that state National Guard will also have arrest authority in that in the state they're invited into. Like, the Florida National Guard, since they're invited in over Texas, they would have the authority to enforce Texas state laws. And there's a distinction there, excuse me, that a lot of people don't make between federal troops and the state National Guard. And they can enforce state law, but not federal law. And that's what Posse Comitatus follows or authorizes. But anyway, I would imagine the fact that DeSantis started the trend to where if you're not going to protect the border federally, we will start sending state troops over there, and there's really nothing that they can do about that. But the one thing that really I was calling in about was I heard Always Moving talking about the gametes, and it's like my training was years ago, and it's like, that's a familiar term, and I had to look it up. But anyway, that's a fancy term for the sperm and the egg, and that they're called gametes, and then they combine and form a zygote and all that other stuff. But when she was talking about the sex determination, years ago, we were taught in abnormal psychology and reporting psychology that a lot of the psychological ills came from sexual frustration. Well, and for years, basically, this LGBTQ stuff was considered an abnormal psychological condition. And the American Psychiatric Association, somewhere along the line, said, no, that's normal. Well, now we have the American Medical Association saying that it's also not only psychologically normal, it's a normal condition. And the only thing that I can remember, because most of my study was in animal husbandry, if you happen to have a cow that has a twin, one's a heifer, one's a bull, most likely that heifer will not be, she will be sterile. It's called a free martin. Same thing happens in sheep. And that gets into a whole bunch of stuff, sharing blood supply and everything else. And things can happen within the womb that causes what's called sex reversals. And there's a lot of stuff that goes with that. But again, that is an abnormality. It's not a normality. And what, as I gathered from Always Moving, they're trying to claim that is a normality. And I don't really, I mean, I know the motivation for it. You mentioned inclusiveness. Well, quite frankly, in the animal kingdom, if something isn't quite right, usually the herd will destroy it. I mean, that's just the way it is. But in the human kingdom, we seem to be preparing ourselves to a lot of things that will be worse than this COVID-19 outbreak. And the fact that we have variants, that's a normal occurrence within viruses. It happens with the flu virus. Constantly, we have avian flu, swine flu, you name it, and different types of Asian flu. It happens all the time. And but the big thing is that we have vaccinated enough people by now in all categories, all medical conditions, immunosuppressive diseases, that my big, I guess you would say, aggravation, frustration, whatever, with the Biden administration is I don't think they're following medical protocol to try to find out exactly what works, why it works, why some people are affected and some aren't. Like with monkey gouger, he was talking about he didn't want to take the shot, but his doctor told him he had antibodies in his system already. Well, I'm wondering why would somebody with antibodies in their system be asked or required to take a vaccine anyway, because they should have natural immunity at that time. And the way the medical protocol works is the doctors are supposed to report all adverse reactions back to the manufacturer. The manufacturer is supposed to keep a record of all that and report that back to FDA and then they work on the problem from there. So, like I said, my big frustration on this whole thing has been they keep talking about following the science, but the science seems to keep changing all the time.
Right.
So
last week, Dr. Fauci was accused of flip-flopping on the mask and whatnot because they clearly had stated if you get the vaccine, you won't have to worry about wearing a mask anymore. And he said, well, no, I did not flip-flop. The virus changed. So,
well, the virus might change, but the communicability doesn't really change. And, we've talked about this before with the flu virus. Quite often, they guess which variant is going to hit, and then they give a vaccine for that particular variant.
Yep.
But my point is that at this, we've been dealing with this for what? Going on 2 years now. And like I said, my daughter ran one of the clinics. She's back to just doing the regular pharmacy thing now. And she had a problem with some of the people not wanting to fill the paperwork out properly. I get it. A lot of people didn't follow the protocol at the very beginning stages because, they just didn't like to do the paperwork. But I don't know. You said you hadn't taken your shot yet. Anyway, they'll ask a whole bunch of questions so they can track it and everything. And in my particular case, they already had all my medical information, so I didn't have to do a lot of that stuff. But anyhow, then that information was supposed to be going back to the person's primary care physician and also back to FDA. And between the two, like in my case, I had type 2 diabetes, which is immunosuppressive disease. And so I would go into one category. Somebody had type 1 diabetes, another one, or any of the immunosuppressive things. All of that should have been kept track of. And any diseases and vaccinations that you'd had over the years. And those people that of my age, my Lord, we've been vaccinated for everything coming and going. And when I was in the Air Force, they gave me about 3 different times our worldwide shots, and we never went anywhere, but that's a whole nother story. So I've been vaccinated for, I think, about everything coming and going in the world. Other people, may not have been vaccinated for anything, but the gist of it is, at the beginning stages, they were taking enough information. What happened to all that information or how they digested it, I have no clue. But we've been into this long enough with computers and all the knowledge that we have today that they should be able to say, well, this particular vaccine is not going to work with this category of people. And you mentioned the group up there in Massachusetts.
Yep.
That's a large age community. Well, what does the age stand for? Acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. And they also have a lot of HIV. So if they have acquired immunodeficiency and they know the virus isn't going to work against immune suppressed people or not as effective, why is the outbreak a surprise, Steve? And that's just one example.
Okay.
And so, anyway,
I know the story said something about it did say it was a large, LGBT community, and it said a lot of, as you said, AIDS or HIV. Okay, so I'm not real familiar with that area, but that may kind of explain it, yeah. I mean, people with immune deficiencies to begin with, you get the vaccine, and it's probably not going to do nearly the protection with someone who does not have an immune deficiency. Right there, quick 2-minute timeout. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
A little bit of a Trump update over the past weekend, yes. The Donald. Reporting an unprecedented haul, former President Trump has raised more than $82 million in the first half of this year and has $102 million in the war chest from his political action committees. According to the Federal Election Commission filings, Donald Trump is the first former president to report 9 figures in donations for his political operation. All this despite being banned by big tech and social media platforms, which makes it even that much more notable. January 1 through June 30 of this year, as he's battled obstruction of election fraud investigations, constantly rebuking the struggles of the Biden administration, the border, the pandemic, foreign policy, inflation, Trump-affiliated PACs raised nearly $82 million in those 6 months from 3.2 million contributions. So the committees approximately have 102 million cash on hand. The rough total dollars in contributions averages out to be about $25.63 per donation. President has not decided to run for office again officially, but that's story number 2. Although he's made no official announcement, he met with cabinet members last week in Bedminster, New Jersey. According to former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, Meadows says we're looking at what does come next. I'm not authorized to speak on behalf of the president, but I can tell you this. We wouldn't be meeting Thursday night if we weren't making plans to move forward in a real way, with President Trump at the head of the ticket. Meadows said Trump is fully engaged, highly focused, and remaining on task as he weighs his presidential prospects for 2024, including working with former House Speaker Newt Gingrich on something akin to the 1990s contract with America. That's rather interesting. He went on to say, I can tell you this. I've been working with Speaker Gingrich. He's been working with President Trump on exactly that, on an American movement. Anyway, the Federal Election Commission filing January 1 to June 30th show the president has raised more money for political aspirations than any ex-president in history. Again, despite being banned on social media platforms, he's capitalized on a base energized by obstruction of election fraud investigations. So there you go. When we start looking at some of these critical issues, it's important that they all come together, Meadows says. All right, we'll get our news breaking here. Ranger, got you coming up next. Horse Feathers back online and room for you at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
A bipartisan group of senators unveiled a $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill Sunday night after weeks of negotiations among a group of more than 20 senators. The more than 2,700-page bill includes funding for roads, bridges, broadband, and water systems, with more than $550 billion in new spending over the next 8 years. Introducing the bill to the Senate, Arizona Democratic Senator Kyrsten Sinema said that she was proud of the efforts to bring the measure together.
I know it has been difficult, and I know it has been long. And what I am proud to say is that is what our forefathers intended when they created a system of government that required Republicans and Democrats to come together in a co-equal branch of government and work with each other and with the administration to find legislation and solutions that meet the needs of our country's individuals and families, companies, communities.
This is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It's formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
That was actually part of our conversation earlier this morning, no less. I'm talking about the fact that someone mentioned to me the other day that they have a sneaky suspicion that this whole pandemic thing is going to continue to ramp up and get worse. Talking about going to more lockdowns. California's talking about going back to remote learning. The teachers don't want to go to class. Yeah, we're going back. Let's take it back where we were a year ago, right? Alluding to the fact that this is going to continue to ramp up so that the 2022 election is going to go back to where we were for the 2020 election. We're going to mail out millions and millions, hundreds of millions of mail-in ballots. Samantha Chang writes for the Western Journal this morning. The Biden administration is pulling out all the stops to recreate the conditions that led to Joe Biden being declared the winner of the November 3rd election. The key component of the strategy for the Democrats is to set itself up to defend the continued use of mass mail-in voting. The dubious process that led to weeks of vote counting, long past Election Day, raising concerns about missing chain of custody documents for multiple batches of ballots. To ensure that the conditions of the 22 midterm elections mirror those of November, the Biden Department of Justice is reserving the right to take legal action against states that go back to pre-pandemic election regulations. Oh. The right of all eligible citizens to vote is the pillar of our democracy. Oh, wait a minute, Republic. And the Justice Department will use all of the authorities at its disposal to zealously guard that right, says U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland. The guidance issued today describes certain federal laws that help ensure free, fair, and secure elections. Where violations of such laws occur, the Justice Department will not hesitate to act, he warns. In case anyone forgot, voting in this country is not supposed to be federalized. Administrators at the state and local level are responsible for running elections. The Biden administration appears to be exploring ways to exercise more control of how the elections are run. They did that with H.R. 1, the first piece of legislation, and Senate Bill 1, the first thing they introduced when they took control. They weren't able to get that through, so now it's on to Plan B. In the statement last week, Kirsten Clark, the Assistant Attorney General of the DOJ's Civil Rights Division, said, whether through litigation or the issuance of official guidance. We're using every tool in our arsenal to ensure that all eligible citizens can exercise their right to vote free from intimidation and have their ballots counted. Now, to further illustrate that the administration is moving towards centralizing and federalizing elections, the Justice Department said they reserved the right to decide whether a state jurisdiction's voting laws are in compliance with their commandments. Since the 2020 election, some states have responded by permanently adopting their COVID-19 modifications. By contrast, other states have barred continued use of those practices or have imposed additional restrictions on voting by mail or early voting. So that's exactly the direction they're going. We have to be able to have those mass mail-in ballots, so we can get our hands on however many we need. Hello, Lone Ranger. What's going on this morning?
Good morning. If you want to know whether or not Donald Trump is running, just listen to Nancy Pelosi. You might recall 2020 election, summer before we voted in November, she demanded the mail-in votes and blamed it on the COVID. The real reason was because they could cheat. Requiring someone to vote in person with a paper ballot and an ID is not stripping them of their right to vote. Before things got so corrupt, the mail-in votes were for people who were overseas, like military members, who couldn't be here to vote in person. And then it got morphed into this because they realized they had a weak candidate. Now, listen to Nancy Pelosi. It's, summertime again. And she comes up with this mask mandate. And it's so pathetic because if you're in the House of Representatives, you have to wear a mask, her house, or you can get arrested. But in the Senate, you don't have to wear a mask. And they're in the same building. But the real story is, like you just said, she wants to go back to lockdown and mask because that is the excuse for not having someone vote in person with an ID, because with that in mind, they can't win. They don't have anybody who can beat Donald Trump, and they didn't in 2020 either. And we all know that, and they know that. That's why they're nervous and want to come up with this other plan, because they know they can't win. Even if, Biden pretty much should have been in a nursing home a long time ago, but even if Kamala Toe takes over, she can't even come to a podium and have an intelligent conversation about any topic whatsoever. In fact, I heard something humorous this past evening. They had a three-person panel, and the one person said, Kamala gets herself in trouble whenever she speaks because she really doesn't know anything. She's another AOC. She's the 2021 version of Monica Lewinsky. That's all she is. She has one talent. And he said, if Kamala was smart, she would just keep her head down and do the job. And I cracked up. I said, man, and even the two other panelists just saw a funny look on her face. Because she's a moron. She knows nothing. She knows absolutely nothing. But the other thing I'm getting a kick out of, people are all nervous now because they want to end the moratorium on evictions. Now, I didn't even realize the government's paying all these people's rents. I didn't even know that. I know they're getting $300 a week, but I didn't know they were paying the rent too, but they are. So now that's going to come to an end, and people are up in arms. Oh, what do you mean? I got to pay my own rent? Well, there's 9.3 million jobs available right now. But people are spoiled because Joe Biden wants to buy votes by giving people money. And they're all spoiled now because they're sitting home, going on vacation, whatever they're doing, and Joe's buying their vote, sending them money. So that's going to get interesting if they don't extend the moratorium on evictions. Now, they're not even they're thinking about votes, of course. They're not even thinking about the guy who owns the property. Somebody owns the building that these people are living in. government is not sending the rent payments out promptly. A lot of them are late or not being paid at all. So the burden is on the guy who owns the property. He still has property taxes. He still has maintenance, but they don't care about him because he has some money. And the other thing I'm laughing at is the eviction thing is funny as hell. But now the CDC, they've been telling us that if you're vaccinated, you don't need a mask. Now they reverse that because Pelosi wants to bring us back, like you said, for the election so they can cheat again, bring us back to the old ways. But the CDC has zero credibility. In fact, the head of the CDC, she will only go on the left-wing propaganda networks. She won't come on any network where they might ask her tough questions.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how in the world can you come on TV and say that you're doing everything you can to protect the American citizens and not call for the closing of the border, which is where the cases are rolling across the border? And if that isn't bad enough, they're sending people that are COVID positive in buses and airplanes all over the country. So the administration's policy is what's spreading the virus. Now, this new variant supposedly came from India. In India, only 10% of the people are vaccinated. Now, what I heard was England has the best record for a number of cases, and they have the most people, percentage-wise, that are vaccinated. So what else do you have to hear? Now, the vaccine, of course, some people are skeptical because it's not fully approved yet. But if you have a country where only 10% of the people are vaccinated and they have the biggest problem, and the other country has the highest number of people vaccinated and they're doing great, what else do you have to hear? This whole mask thing is used as a political tool. And of course, the other people that love the mask thing is the thugs, because they can run around shooting people and they got their face covered the whole time. And they can say their face is covered because of the COVID, not because they're a criminal. So the crime problem is going up higher and higher and higher. And the other thing I'm watching, if this $3.2 trillion bill goes through, taxes are going to go through the roof. And in my opinion, the economy is going to tank, because the more taxes people pay, the less money they have to spend. It's already billions of dollars going out of the economy every day because of these gas prices. Every penny that a gallon of gas goes up, $1 billion is not spent on other things because it goes to the oil company. So we're headed on the road to nowhere the way it looks. The people I know that are investors are all saying that they're going to start cashing in towards the end of the year, because if this tax thing goes through, they're all saying that stocks and general investments are at peak right now. And it's not going to take much for things to drop. So, of course, you're seeing them. They're buying Bitcoins now. You see the price of gold. Well, last time I looked, it was $1,900 an ounce. So they're going to more safe investments other than the stock market, because they're all a little bit nervous. I shouldn't say all, but many are. So it's hard to even watch the news anymore without throwing something at the TV. We're on such a downhill slide. I think I'm going to start learning how to speak Chinese, because I think before Biden's out there, we're going to have to know how to speak Chinese, because China's just going to take over. And the last thing I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
There was a picture that was posted on Facebook of you on a dance floor with some big dude with green socks on. Could you explain what that's all about?
That is none other than, he's known as the Dancing Trucker. As you see that on the T-shirt he had on. Big guy that gets out.
Okay.
He gets out on the street corners here and there. He's been to a number of places around the country. And he just gets out there with his boombox and he starts dancing to put a smile on people's face. He drives a truck for a living, but he tries to raise awareness of suicide prevention and depression and things of that. He's a good guy. He's going to call in some night. But he happened to be at the restaurant we were at.
But my question was, why was Steve Sommers dancing with him on a dance floor, and how did the princess feel about that? Did she get jealous?
Oh my! I should have got her out there to dance with us, shouldn't I?
Yeah, wasn't very good optics. All right, that's all I got. We'll talk to you later.
All right, there's more photos and more. There's actually video of us dancing out in the parking lot next to the dancing trucker's car.
Steve, people are going to start talking. And I saw.
Oh my! Look out! People are going to be talking. You know, and he had the green socks on. Like I said, when you see the pictures of the car and whatnot, it's totally wrapped. Yeah, the dancing trucker. It's got the kind of the green and white scheme, very reminiscent of like the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel kind of look. And so yeah, just wait for more. There's more where that came from. And we return in just a quick 2 minutes. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, back for our final segment here. All right. Heading up the home stretch on a Monday. All right, welcome back, Horse Feathers. Yes, sir.
Thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Hey, I heard you talking about a truck stop going to be opening down there in South Carolina.
Gaston, South Carolina.
Big shindig going on. Is the motor coach wishful thinking going to be going to have a on-site live broadcast? I heard you said something about there was going to be live radio broadcasting. Is that you? Are you going to be there?
Yeah, that's going to be some. I think that's some local gig. Sorry, Horse Feathers.
All right. Maybe you got wishful thinking all up and rolling with the transmission devices and all that involved, and got it all ready to go. But must be not. Next time then. But hey, I got the answer. I have the answer for Monkey Gouger. Now he's saying he doesn't want to get the vaccination, right?
Correct.
Well, I got the answer for him. He goes in there, and they always ask you which arm you want the vaccination in.
Yeah.
Now, which one is his mechanical arm? Is it the right one or the left one?
So he needs
well, it doesn't matter. All he's got to do is just tell him to stick it in the mechanical one. You think that'll work?
I think the arm would break the needle, but that's a good idea. Yeah, I guarantee he would not have any arm pain, would he?
Guaranteed, yeah. No arm pain, no, after effects or any problems with that type of thing, and so no gene changing effects or any of that nature. So I'm just thinking he's got the arm up. I guess that's a way to put it. Leg up, arm up on all the rest of us there, because he just have it stuck right in that one and not have to worry about it there, right? And still get his card says he got the vaccination, because they. But anyways, there. So I don't know. Been a good show there, but yeah, I'm thinking. Hey, I know one other thing. There was a guy that was interviewed on the USA News there, and I think it was at the 2:00 hour. I haven't heard it since then out of the other newses, but he was saying how the economy crashed last year, and this year, we're not going to have to worry about the economy because there's so many new jobs coming on, and the economy is doing so much better, and we aren't going to have any problems. Did you catch that? There's a lot more to it than that. I was kind of paraphrasing a little bit there, but it's like, where did this guy? What rock did he crawl out from underneath? Did he miss it? From 2016 to 2020, that the unemployment went to like record lows, and for every
lowest unemployment in over 50 years, including Hispanics, including blacks. The numbers were off the charts. Absolutely.
Yeah, down to record lows, right? Record lows for everybody.
Yep.
And the stock market went to what? Up over 30,000, and then COVID came along, and I was surprised how well the stock market held on through COVID. But what rock did he crawl up underneath saying that all these jobs are being created? Because all these jobs are just coming back to online from being shut down from COVID. And then we can't even get people to go out and go to the jobs because they're still sitting home collecting that stupid unemployment plus $300 a week. And as Ranger says, the government's paying people's rent with our money, but it's not going to the homeowner, the people that own the apartment buildings. So those people are having to scratch to try to pay their taxes and mortgages and all that crap. It's like, what rock do these people live under, or how do they, I guess if they lie to us enough times, they just expect us to start believing it. I don't know.
Yeah, that and the fact that most people don't, the average Joe doesn't pay a hell of a lot of attention to it. That's the real problem. All right, almost out of time here. Quickly, a couple from the email bag. Steve at hotshotsecret.com. As James says, question, has anyone else seen a tweet that has been being shared saying Washington Insider says Biden is going to issue lockdown and mask mandates around the second week of August? I'm not sure if it's BS, but it wouldn't surprise me. No, I have not seen any such information about going back to lockdowns and whatnot. The mask mandate, I mean, that was pretty much the CDC guidance last week. Those are going to be popping up. It's probably going to be another one of those issues where it's going to come to the governors around the country. Remember how DeWine had made the mask mandates for Ohio? You can almost guarantee, Whitmer, they probably still have mask mandates there in Michigan, but that's going to be a state-by-state thing. The one thing that's kind of been drawing a little bit of buzz is Mike Lindell. Remember, the MyPillow guy is going to hold his cyber symposium August 10th, 11th, and 12th. That is pretty much next week. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of next week. He's got that $5 million offer for any cyber expert that can come in and prove that his election documentation is not correct. Maybe it has a little something to do with that. Did you catch that actually Lindell's not running on Fox News right now because Fox News would not allow him to run an ad advertising his cybersecurity symposium. But all right, I look at the clock. We got to roll. Have a great Monday. See you back at the midnight hour tonight, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I